Comedy, your stand-up was the first one I've been to in probably 10 years.
Oh, at the Vulcan?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great place,
Dude,
isn't
it's
it?
rad.
Yeah, it's a fun little spot.
Everybody was cool. It's weird that it's on 6th Street, but
Yeah. Yeah, my place is too. We up? Yeah, it's 6th Street is a unique spot.
yeah.
It's they're doing some stuff to try to, clean it up a little bit, and they got rid of that homeless situation. There was like a crazy homeless encampment that was really close to that.
Yeah.
They got rid of that. So Austin's a unique place. There's a lot of wild shit in this town.
Yeah. Amazing stuff and really weird stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great combination though, and it's a great size. You were one of the people that early on got me thinking about Austin because you were always ranting about it, about how great it is.
I should have kept my mouth closed.
Should have kept your mouth shut.
Because then when you came here, everybody, they're like, where's Joe at? Oh, just moved to Austin. I was like, you shut your mouth. We're on a flight last night coming back, and the Southwest person who obviously lives in Austin, they stopped in Austin, then flew to San Diego. And he's like, and everybody that is going home to visit in San Diego, please stay. Like he said that over the intercom on a Southwest flight. And I was like, I like this guy.
Well, it's like the secret's out, but the barrier to entry is high. It's hard to move to a new city.
Yeah.
It's a lot. And then on top of that, it's hard to find a fucking house here.
Yeah.
Everybody I know that finds a house here, they get outbid. Like, you got to bid more than the house costs. It's like they're making this little sneaky move where, like, say if the house, if it's listed for $500,000, you got to offer $600,000.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, someone is going to do that, and then you're not going to make it.
I've been trying to buy land, and I'm coming in high, well over, and then
Still losing out.
the realtor's like, yeah, somebody from California just paid cash and came
Mother-
30% over.
Yeah, it's wild out here, and they're building out here like crazy too. Like when you get out towards like Round Rock and out in that area, there's just constant construction.
Yeah, I'm in Cedar Park. That's where our headquarters is, and that used to, if you're in Austin, Cedar Park was like the absolute hillbill north, and now it's just North Austin.
Yeah,
Just everything is just slowly.
still so small.
Yeah.
In comparison to LA, every time I go back to LA, I'm like, fuck this. How did I live here?
Yeah.
I'm so much more relaxed here.
I could
Unfortunately, we're talking about it again. We're fucking it up.
Dang it! You're looking good.
Thank you.
Healthy.
Working out? Yeah.
Training?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
Grappling.
No, I'm
No?
trying to heal a knee. I have a
Okay.
knee issue right now. It's I was working out and doing some Muay Thai, and I just, even though it hurts, I still kick with it.
Yeah.
And then it was starting to swell, and so now I've been going to Brigham at Ways to Well and getting it shot up.
Dude, he's great.
He's great. Ways to Well is awesome.
Yeah.
Right now it's good. Doesn't hurt at all. So I'm going to give it a couple of months and really do all the knees over toes stuff and try to rehabilitate it without getting an MRI because I don't want to know what's going on in there.
I just did 6 months of that program.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it makes a big difference.
Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah.
It's not fun though. It's
What part's not fun?
It's obviously mobility, and you're focusing on circulation into the knee. So it's not good for the ego. It's not fun for the ego because the weight that you're doing for the squats in that style of squatting to have your knees over your toes is way less than if I was going to be a meathead and go and squat. Doing the lunges, it's trying to get that deep forward lunge to get the knee all the way over the toe, and then all the sled pulls and all the sled pushes, and it's just like, golly, can I just do some athlete things? I know it's healing, so I'm going to be a better athlete, but it's still not fun.
It does change. It remaps your knee. It really does.
Yeah.
It changes the structure. Like, it doesn't feel as loose anymore. Everything feels like more rigid and strong and secure. I'm avoiding. I have I've had meniscus taken out of this knee, and I'm worried about cartilage damage, and that's what I'm worried that this injury is, because it's strangely like sharp, and not getting better. So I'm hoping that stem cells and
That'll do it.
peptides and
That's the combo.
well, what I'm really I'm hoping that'll do it, but I just have to not be a meathead. This is what I do. I get the stem cells. I feel pretty good after 4 weeks. Start crushing the bag again, and then I kind of aggravate it one more time.
Yep. I have the mats that I'm on right now, a level of killer that I've never imagined existing in names that I didn't even know. And
the Danaher Death Squad.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Well, everybody that came here, the
And
Danaher.
everybody's training at Roca right now. Mostly
That's right.
Too, right?
Yeah.
Which is cool. Shout out to Roca.
Yeah, they Rob's been really rad. 3 workouts a day on those mats.
That's amazing.
And
So cool.
yes, you know, you have, this guy's a 2-time Olympic gold medalist. What's up? You know, hey Satoshi. And as he mauls me, like we're in the cage right here on it, and Satoshi is just beating me up, and then Roy McDonald getting ready for this fight, beating me up, and then GSP's traveling in, and then obviously like Gordon and you have the Sanjay Ribeiro team at Six Blades, not but 3 miles away. You have the B team with Craig Jones.
Yep.
So like 1 through 20.
Yeah.
The best grapplers in the planet are in Austin, and
Checkmat guys are here. It's like Gracie
Brazilian
Baja.
Fight Factory,
it's
the
fucking crazy.
Tackett kids, and
It's amazing how many good grapplers are here in this town.
All
It's
of them.
amazing. A lot of them. Yeah. It's amazing. Eddie Bravo's thinking about coming here too. He just doesn't want to like overcrowd it because there's already 10th Planet right here.
Yeah.
But every time he comes, he's like, "Fuck, I want to come here."
Yeah. There's room.
I think so too.
Yeah.
There's fucking 2 million people. That's plenty of room.
Yeah. I mean, give or take 10 miles, you can open a new gym.
Yeah, I think so too. And there's a lot of spots, you know, especially if you want to head towards dripping and you know that area.
Yeah, dripping's open. I just opened my gym in Cedar Park, so you know there was 10 miles. Sanjay Ribeiro is the closest, you know, kind of big gym, and the Six Blades, and that was on 183. So he was, you know, it's a 20-minute, 15-minute drive to him. Nobody's gonna.
Right.
Somebody over there is going to pick that gym. Somebody over here is going to pick this gym.
There's enough for everybody out there. There's enough for everybody. Tell me what you're doing with Sheepdog. Like, what is your Sheepdog response courses? What are those?
In light of everything that's been happening, I mean, I've been screaming from every building I can get on that, you know, we need to prepare America for what is happening now. And so Sheepdog Response, like the company mission statement, is to train and equip people to preserve and protect human life. With that in mind, we do everything from fighting, shooting, and medical to try and make sure everybody that comes to those courses, teachers, law enforcement, all of them get the basic fundamentals of really the things about saving life. And we have been, I mean, Sheepdog Response, we have, I think, 180 or 210 courses this year. And you know, if you go to the website right now, it's like sold out. So like I'm not going to lower the quality of training because everybody needs to know the right things as we look at Uvalde and the lack of training and the response and the broken systems and all the things that went wrong in there. You know, I'm like, God, why? You know, like I literally teach every single day what the answer is to all of this, and you know, you can only train so many people in a year.
Well, I think it's you definitely can only train so many people in a year, and it's also taking a long time for people to come to grips with the only solution is like you have to be able to protect yourself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the responsive reactive side of it, and which is really important. You know, we have to make our schools hard targets. We have to get individuals to be responsible and be able to protect themselves. Like our basic entry course for teachers and for everyone is called Protector. It's Protector 1 course. And we fight how to keep blood in the body, you know, like tourniquets, packing wounds, and then the biggest part is situational awareness. And that's all preventative actions where I see something that could be going wrong. But I'd prefer to go upstream to like the root cause of what is causing some of this violence, you know, mental health and these broken young men, and try to fix the individual. So we have to do all these things with our schools. You know, I've been writing nonstop since these last shootings have been happening, you know, and like the 4Ds about how to make a school a hard target.
What are the 4Ds?
You have detection, denial entry, you have deterrence, and then you actually have defend. So of those things, identifying what a problem is and you know, trying to deter from the outside. Limited entry, you know, how our headquarters are set up, it's difficult to get in here. It doesn't look like a place I want to try and get in. The bushes are, the landscaping's in a way where I'm not going to have access to the windows. You know, like there's, in my building, when you come to the front door and you get let in, you're in a kill box. You know, you get let into a lobby, and in that lobby, you can't get past the lobby. And in the lobby, there's somebody that will let you into the next room. And you're stuck there, and unless somebody lets you in. You know, the defend is obviously the last course of action where teachers or law enforcement are going to be protecting their kids. There's lots of different solutions to that. They have cameras that can have pepper balls in them, lasers that can blind people, but ultimately it's the individual that has to be trained to be able to protect those children. And in that like preventative model of going upstream to fix the problem, we can do two things at once, right? Like we can make our school harder targets, and we can train teachers, and we can get law enforcement to respond correctly while we start talking really about what is causing these young men to be broken.
So what do you think we can do about that? Because without that, people think guns are the problem, and this is the narrative that we keep hearing. We need gun control, but there's more guns than there are people. So it's not necessarily a gun problem, because the vast majority of people, the vast, vast, vast majority, would never fucking do anything like this. It's a very, 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 very small amount of people that are deranged and broken and would do something like this.
Yeah.
So how do we address that? That is the issue. It's a mental health issue.
Yeah, but it's a bunch of things that nobody wants to talk about.
Like
we're going to be throwing stones. Hollywood, video games, social media. It's more divisive than ever on social media. You get in this echo chamber with your own ideas, and those echo chambers, and they're crazy ideas sometimes when you are able to curate and editorialize the feed that you get back. So there are only people, like if I'm struggling and I'm just following angry hate rhetoric, and that is just building, and so my thoughts are then magnified and compounded by other people reaffirming my own belief system, and in the algorithms, then they put in something that then enrages me. So it's like bias confirmation, bias confirmation, bias confirmation. Oh, and then here's something for me to interact with because they want us to interact. So the more emotionally driven we are in social media, the more we participate in it and the longer that we're on it. So those algorithms are really just dangerous. That's one. Hollywood, where, I love Matthew McConaughey, and I love his position, and I love him as an actor, and I love what he had to say, and I love that he wants to protect schools and children, but like, how many movies has he been in where he had people on their knees and he executed them in the face? You can't be on this moral high ground and then be a hypocrite. So if Hollywood is perpetuating, I've never let my children practice putting somebody on their knees and shooting them or watching a movie.
Has he really done that in a movie?
Yeah.
What movie has he done that in?
It was that Guy Ritchie movie.
Yeah. The
that was
drug
just
dealer movie.
Yeah, one of many examples.
Yeah.
He's an action star, and he's a great actor, and I really love what he had to say and how we all do have to come together and find solutions. But if like Liam Neeson is out there being, hey, we should get rid of guns, but I'm going to take the next $10 million contract for Netflix to be in the next action film, and my kill count's going to be 110. Oh man, I don't know if you can be in that position of moral authority to talk to me about what you should be doing with firearms.
Yeah, you don't hear Keanu Reeves talking about what we should do about firearms.
No, he's a great example of somebody that, morally and ethically really walks the line of truth and integrity.
And he's John Wick.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to shut the fuck up. He killed so many people.
With a pencil, he's like, hey, bah! That was amazing.
I mean, he's killed people with everything.
Yeah.
In those movies. I mean,
music, video games, all of those things.
But the video games one is an interesting one, because there's arguments that video games actually squash the feelings that people have of violence, because they allow people to have like a cathartic release through doing these things.
Yeah.
And then there's arguments that they desensitize people. And I don't know which ones are correct.
I mean, I used to play video games a lot when I was fighting. It was as you know, I'm not somebody that cannot do things, so I'm not good at just
sitting still.
Yeah, sitting still. So recovery for me in between workouts, Greg Jackson would lock me out of the gym. Like, you can't train 5 times today, Tim. Like, get out. So I would have to do something. And he'd be like, no, don't walk the Sandia Mountains. Like, don't go up the trail. Can you just do something?
So he was trying to just get you to recover from the training routine.
Yeah. So like, video games was a way that I could just sit there, throw on, the pressure cuffs on my legs or ice something while I would sit there and relax.
And what kind of games would you play?
I loved first-person shooters, Call of Duties.
Yeah.
And but being a shooter and having obviously been in combat a bunch of times, it was artificial. I still wanted to go out and shoot, shooting definitely, and training and dry firing and practicing is that cathartic process, like really scratches that itch of wanting to drill and train. What I experienced was afterwards, I actually had more like pent up energy, you know, because I'm doing like all these intense things, but it's this artificial experience that, I mean, like jerking off compared to going with your partner and having an amazing intimate experience. Two totally different things. You
I
know,
hate
like,
the term partner. Just
Yeah,
tell you right now.
thank you.
We've talked about this.
Yeah,
It's not a partner.
I was done.
Yeah. Tell the story.
Oh man. So I'm in New York last week on the book tour. I walk into a coffee shop and we're like right off Times Square. And I walk in and I ask the barista for an oat milk cappuccino, which is my favorite beverage. And my wife, I ask if she can have a cafe au lait with oat milk. And the barista, and I say it just like that. I'll have a oat milk cappuccino, please. And my wife would like a cafe au lait. And my wife is really shy and doesn't even like to talk to people she doesn't know, to include, you know, people at a restaurant. So she oftentimes like, hey, will you order for me? So I wasn't man answering for her as,
I get it.
as a
She
feminist.
requested it.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
And the lady corrected me calling her my wife and said, you mean partner? And, no, this is my wife. This is my wife.
Oh.
And she would like a cafe au lait, please. Just bonkers.
Imagine how crazy you have to be to talk to a grown man and tell him to not call your wife your wife. That there is a correct way to announce her. It is partner.
I didn't know what
I
to
think
do.
it's partner. So you should do that too, Tim.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
That's the young people today. They're out of their fucking mind. That's what I'm worried about. These poor fucks that are stuck in the fog of woke, that are just trapped in these universities, and then they get out and they exist in these weird bubbles, like L.A. or New York in particular.
They're
And
dangerous.
They're just nuts. They think that that's how you're supposed to be. Imagine correcting someone if they said my partner. Like, imagine if you say, I'll have a cappuccino and my partner would like a tall black coffee. Oh, you mean your wife?
Yeah.
Now that's my fucking. I said partner.
Yeah,
That's
got
the
it.
word I like. I like partner. I'm going to use that one.
Yeah.
Imagine correcting someone there. You'd be just as gross.
I couldn't imagine.
It's just so dumb. Like, what do you give a fuck what he's calling? You know what it is? It's he's married to that lady. He said wife. That's how you say it. That's how people have
she's the
said it
boss,
forever.
So I'll literally do whatever she wants, and that's how she'd like to be referred. So
Jesus Christ, people are nuts. But it's just the idea that somehow or another it's better to say partner than wife. Why would it be better?
gender
'Cause
neutral.
What the fuck? It's a woman.
Yeah.
You're married to a woman. Women are still okay. It's still okay to be a
Yep.
woman.
Especially this one.
She, her, still all right. You can still have that in your pronouns in your Twitter bio. Fucking A, man.
I'm learning how all of it works still.
I don't get it. I don't think anybody knows. And it'll change. It'll change with the tide. It'll turn and it'll go down a new road soon. And you know, we're all going to be identified as animals. We're all going to be foxkin.
I don't know. I'm not ready for it.
I'm not ready for any of this. I don't understand why anybody would think that it's okay to correct you. That doesn't make any sense. I completely understand. I don't like it when men say, this is my partner. I mean, like, it's your fucking wife, man. It's okay to be married. It's
Yep.
okay to say wife.
It has been a non-stop attack on, you know, like the vernacular and verbiage that we use.
Yeah.
You know, and it's in every forum, in every opportunity. You know, like in Twitter, like on Instagram, it's telling you, it'll like populate sometimes, ask you like, would you like to add your pronoun? Or it's like, I don't care. Sure. You know, I don't. Whatever. You just
Yeah.
have to tell me how it works.
I just don't know why it's so important all of a sudden. I
think it's
get
'cause-
transgender representation. I get that. And it's a very small percentage of the people, and those people deserve love and respect.
For sure, and I'll fight for them everywhere I can.
I get all that. But don't put that on me.
Yeah.
I've never needed to say my fucking pronouns. Look at my beard. I'm a man. Let's move
With a
on.
shed head.
Yeah,
Yeah.
look at this.
I'm a 220-pound
Yeah.
ape. There's no
Yeah.
question what
Let's
I am.
move on. Let's move on. You could be whatever you want, but leave me the fuck alone.
I've spent most of my adult life kind of protecting groups of people that can't protect themselves.
Yeah.
So I totally sympathize and am empathetic to trying to protect everybody and their beliefs.
Yeah.
You know, but it also stops at where you are. Like, you don't get to project that belief onto my beliefs because I have my own beliefs. You don't need to protect my beliefs. I can protect my own beliefs. But let's just stay over here.
I think it's a small amount of people that are doing it, but the problem is it's like it undermines all the goodwill, that people have towards like these group of progressive-minded folks. It's the small amount of people that want to force compliance. They want to force people to behave and think a very certain way.
Yeah, I mean, back to mental health, I think with shooters, you see a reoccurring theme. You know, you see broken nuclear families. These young broken men are missing serious masculine elements of who they are. When you look at them, and I'm profiling, I'm generalizing here. You see a very similar young man every single time. He's weak, he's frail, and he's broken. And there's nothing more dangerous than a broken, not healthy masculine figure. You know, testosterone's a beautiful thing, and one of the great things about the military is they enhance and they build all of this kind of ability to do very efficient violence. You know, but they also show you how to control it and how to manage it, and the vertical of the chain of command and when is it appropriate. You know, here's your rules of engagement. So it's very controlled, and by this process, this arduous refiner's fire of shaping a human into a weapon, that you have a healthier thing. You have this healthy, beautiful, masculine thing that is very, very different. If you look at me and all of my friends in the special operations community, like, these are healthy, great men that love their wives and they love their children and they love America, and like the warrior society and the warrior culture is like this nice balance of, you know, they're fit, they get great night's sleep, they are very good at violence. I mean, Jordan Peterson, you know, himself said like a good man isn't a useless man. A good man is one that is capable and strong and powerful, but knows how to control it.
Yeah.
And I couldn't agree more. And when you look at these young broken men, you see the same trend over and over again. And they are missing these important moments that shape them as men. And then they have testosterone, and they have strength, and they have violence, and they've never known how to channel it. You had martial arts, I had martial arts, I had the military. We had really healthy ways to burn that kind of growth and learn, you know, getting our asses beat on the mats.
And learn discipline.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the incel of the world, and the
Is that
people,
just black coffee?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The incels and the people that, you know, just never have these experiences where they learn how to channel their aggression and learn how to harness their discipline and learn how to be a fucking man. It's an issue. It's a real issue. And this whole, I think, you know, there's like, it's become a disparaged term, like to be a man.
Yeah.
But that's a really important thing to learn how to be. Like, when you see someone who holds their shit together and stays calm under pressure, and you like, wow, you admire that person. Yep. That's to be admired.
Yeah.
It is a thing. It's an important thing. It's just we are so goddamn comfortable in this country, and we're so accustomed to it, and it's been accentuated by the comfort that people experience from being able to talk shit on social media. So you have this very distorted perception of what's acceptable in terms of how to communicate with other humans.
It's weird. I was in Ukraine a week ago, and the men there have been hammered for resistance. You know, being on the border of Russia, obviously, they've known what was coming for a generation, and they have been training relentlessly for the past 20 years. And the young men that you can walk down the streets of Kyiv and Mariupol, Dnipro, and there is not a fat human in sight. You know, there is not a just a complacent human anywhere to be seen. Every single person there has been hardened, not just in body but also in mind. And then, you know, I flew from there to Amsterdam, direct back to LA, or back to Austin, which is cool that we have a direct to Amsterdam now. And I land the moment the plane lands, I get off, I take 5 steps out of the gate, and I'm like, I'm back in America. There's just like weak, soft
Sloppy
people everywhere.
God,
So
there's
sad.
so many sloppy people here. And if you bring that up, you're fat shaming.
Yeah, I don't get that either.
Shame it only listen. There's things that you have no control over, like literal no control over. Like, to shame someone for a disability is a horrendous act. It's a horrendous thing to do. But to shame someone for sloven slovenly behavior.
For things that they have a choice about.
Yeah, that's actually probably good for them.
Especially when it's a
feeling.
bad choice,
Yeah.
that will negatively affect us. Like, my insurance rates are very, very high because my insurance has to pay for a lot of unhealthy people. You know, obviously COVID just like went rampant through the community of unhealthy people.
Yeah.
You know, like, I changed nothing about my life. I still worked out every single day. I still went to the gym every single day. I still flew in the helicopters
I
every
remember
single
you
day.
texted me when you got it. You're like, I finally got it. It was
and I was
almost 2 years in.
and it took. I'm not gonna tell you how I got it, but it was really hard for me to get it. And it was when I finally I was really excited. And
You're
then,
not going to tell me how you got it?
No, because I'll get somebody in trouble.
But it was, by the time you got it, though, it was already Omicron.
Yeah.
Which I got, and I literally had for 1 day. I was positive for a day.
The worst-
I'd had the real one, the Delta.
Yeah.
And, that was only 3 days. I was positive for 5 days.
I
Yeah.
felt sick for like 4 hours. I hadn't slept in 2 days. I was working on the border.
That's how it always is, right?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I was working, and then I came back, and I was like, is it because the border has like this moon dust all along the Del Rio River? And so I was like, is this just because I was outside, running and chasing people? So I'm like, is this just moon dust in my sinuses, or do I feel like crap? And I kind of had like a headache, and I never lost my taste of smell. And I was like, I'm gonna take a test, and I got a positive. I was like, oh my god, yeah, I got it. And then I put on a sweatsuit, and I got my assault bike, and I burnt 1,000 calories in an hour, which was pretty rad. And then I came in, and the worst part of the whole experience was like, I went to my wife and I was like, well, I don't have to go to work for a couple of days. What are you doing? And she's like, you are you insane?
You literally have COVID.
Yeah, you literally have COVID. I was like, but is it? Anyways, then then she got mad at me.
Well, that's how it goes.
Didn't work out.
So, since we've talked last on the podcast, you have been, well, let's go all the way back to Afghanistan.
Oh,
Because
God.
you were there.
Yeah.
Oh, God, indeed. You were there during the worst of it when the pullout was happening.
Yeah. So, yeah, with 20-something deployments overseas, I've never seen anything like Afghanistan during the fall of Afghanistan. I don't know who was at a strategic level not anticipating that the Taliban, every time that we moved an inch on the ground, that the Taliban would not move an inch on the ground. So myself and all of my peers, all my colleagues, fully forecasted what was going to happen. So as soon as we started collapsing that ground, there was no doubt in any of our minds that every inch of ground that we gave up was ground that the Taliban was going to take. So when we gave up, Kandahar and Bagram, the 2 strategic military bases, that means that we just gave up the rest of the country. And we, having been at war there for 20 years and, multiple trips over there, we have lots of friends that deployed with us there. The Afghans have a special operations unit called the Commandos. We worked alongside them. Our interpreters are obviously from Afghanistan, so they live in Afghanistan, but they work for us. These people have security clearances. They love the idea of democracy and freedom. They love the idea of a free, independent Afghanistan. They want their daughters to be educated, and those ideals, that philosophy, does not align with the Taliban. So as Taliban start taking over Afghanistan, my phone just starts exploding from all of my friends and asking me to go, contracting companies saying, hey, I'll pay you 10 grand a day to go grab this guy. But none of it was altruistic, none of it was the right call to action. It was lots of people. Yes, it was going to go and save life, but it was for money. And I was just waiting for, I don't know what I was waiting for. I wasted 2 days trying to figure out what is the right thing to do here. Until my phone rang. I was in the middle of writing that book, and I was with Nick Palmisciano, who's my co-author on this book. He's sitting next to me. We're working. My phone rings. Chad Robichaux calls me, and he was a Marine special operations guy that had multiple deployments there, and he had a translator named Aziz, and Aziz worked specific to special missions units, like the tip of the spear type units. And Aziz had already been told that they're coming to find him, and Aziz was on the run with his family, and they were very, very explicit about what they're going to do to his wife and his children in front of him before they kill him. And then like Aziz's friends start being murdered. And so Chad calls me and says, "Hey man, I'm going to go get Aziz. Can you help me?" And I said, "Yes. I'm on my way." At the same moment, next to me, Nick is talking to a young woman named Sarah Verardo. Sarah is this like powerhouse. She runs the Independence Fund, which is a military veteran nonprofit that takes care of severely wounded veterans and give them chairs, like automatic track chairs. Her husband is one of the worst. This is a weird title to hold, but he is one of the worst wounded veterans from the Afghan war. That's her husband, and she's the provider and care and sole care provider. I don't know what the right word is. She takes care of him. And he was wounded in Afghanistan, so her heart is like just, but she has lots of friends in the government. So in this moment, we have the right kind of two people. I have a good mission. I know what I'm going to do. It's morally right, and somebody has to do it, or Aziz and my friend's friend is going to be murdered. And I have a method. Sarah can get us routes and approval from the government. So the four of us started this NGO called Save Our Allies. And that phone call was the beginning of what is now, what was the most successful NGO movement.
What's an NGO?
A non-government organization, a non-profit. So Save Our Allies, like that call initiated it. Nick and I were on a plane into the Middle East the next day. We flew into the UAE. The Crown Prince was like the most generous host that you could imagine. One of our friends used to ride motorcycles with the Crown Prince, and he said, "I will give you a C-17 plane if you can land it, fill it up with a perfect manifest of people, and get it out. I'll give you another plane." And that was the initial promise. And 10 days later, we moved 12,000 people out of Afghanistan. 11% of everybody that left the country during the evacuation, me and 3 of my friends on the ground, and 12 of us total in the Middle East moved. And everybody remembers, people hanging onto the landing gear of aircraft and falling to their death. Like that was peak Afghanistan withdrawal. And that is when we got there.
So when you say that it was like nothing you had seen in 20 years of being deployed,
yeah.
In what way?
I mean, Taliban's going to Taliban, so they are definitely doing their thing. But it was the desperation of the people trying to find a way to live. So at each of these gates, a NEO operation, it's a non-combatant evacuation operation. It's a military operation if a NEO takes place. They keep calling it a NEO, but that's if the military ran it. And if the military ran it, you would see, a special forces unit with a big, like the Ranger Regiment or 82nd Airborne, that come in, that build this huge exterior perimeter, that control the ground strategically. Then it would be like the clockwork of a military operation as planes are coming in and planes are coming out, and we're building manifests, we're confirming that everybody that goes on the plane are the right people. This was not a NEO. This was run by the State Department. So instead of think a big strategic military operation, think the airport became an embassy. And like in the movies, you're running the embassy, and if you get in, you're safe, and then they'll get you out. That's how they started treating HKIA, the airport in Kabul, as an embassy. So the military just secured the perimeter of the embassy, the airport, and anybody that got on the airport was able to get out. Except the military wasn't allowed to go outside of the airport, so all the people in the city of Kabul were stuck. And that's where we had to come in. So we had to go out into Kabul and grab the people and then smuggle them past the Taliban to get them onto planes. And to answer your question, that perimeter of the base where the gates, there's tens of thousands of people that were lining up here. And they maybe walked a few days. So by the time they get there, they're dehydrated. They have nothing there. There's no food. There's no water. The Taliban, if there's too many people, they'll just take a magazine and just dump it into the crowd to move them back or to like crowd control them. They'll just dump a magazine into a crowd of people. The women, they would float babies like you're at a baseball game with a beach ball. They would float the baby towards the gate and then hope in the hopes that a Marine or a soldier would reach down and grab the baby and bring it into safety. And when that didn't work, the moms would take the babies and they'd try to throw them over the walls. Well, guess what's on either side of the wall? Concertina wire. There's fucking concertina wire on both sides of this wall.
Christ.
So these babies would land in the wire, and we're in the middle of moving, hundreds of people at a time, like smuggling them past the Taliban, and I'm stepping over a baby in water, or there's like a small body that's on fire that was burnt alive by the Taliban. One of the teams, as they went out into Kabul, and they just missed it by seconds. They're going to go pick up this woman that was a journalist for the Afghan, one of the Afghan news organizations. But the Taliban got to her first. They pull up. The Taliban see these guys in the car. They drop her on the hood of the car, and they execute her on the car as they just look at the dudes in the car. There's nothing that they can do. Just execute her. This was every day. So when I said a level of desperation I've never seen before, this is like no American can imagine that type of desperation. And that was everywhere you looked.
And how long were you there for while this was happening?
Our ground team, there's myself and 3 other like personnel recovery experts. We were there total for 10 days.
And did it dissipate somewhat? No,
it just got more desperate. So everybody that was watching on television, they saw curated, controlled information. It was way worse on the ground. So what looked like a semblance of an assembly line of planes taking off and planes coming in, well, that is inside a controlled environment. That was on the base. Outside, if you go 1,000 meters outside of the wire, it is just chaos, anarchy, apocalyptic level madness. Like really, really, really total Taliban experience out there.
Man. And so when you're leaving 10 days later, how are you feeling?
One of the guys with us, his codename's Sea Spray, he didn't eat in those 10 days. He lost 20-something pounds in the 10 days that he was there. And, he could like nibble on a cracker and drink water just because he didn't have any enzymes left in his stomach to break anything down. When you're running out the wire to grab a family and come back in, you don't really have time to think about what you're stepping over, but you still see it. And that's the thing that tortures my mind is I still saw it all, but I didn't have the time to address it emotionally, think about this dead body I'm stepping over, because I'm really busy trying to get to this family. And then when I get to this family and I confirm, we had to be really judicious in how we confirmed who the people were. If I brought back one person that wasn't the right person to bring back, I would consider myself a failure in the whole entire mission. If I bring back one radical terrorist that's not escaping but trying to get to the United States, and everything would be for naught. So we had a really deliberate Department of State, Department of Defense approved manifest that would go officially through the government. They would submit all of their paperwork. They would have, digital versions of it. So I would then give them a location on the ground where they would have to meet me. And then once I met up with them, they would have a far recognition signal that would be, not to give up the tradecraft, but they'd have a way to let me know that is the right person. And that then would come face to face, and then they'd have another thing, like a secret word that they had to sneak into a sentence. And that's a near recognition signal. And then they have to give me their documents. And the documents have to be real, and it has to be the right person, and the same ones that were submitted. So cool, I got the right person. So come on, I got your family. why are these other 40 people with you? And they're like, oh, it's my cousin and, you know, and her family, and it's, you know, my brother and his family. And it's like, they got to stay. Like, you're coming with me and they're staying. Sorry. You can get in the car, you can't. You have 5 seconds. Then, by that time, usually the Taliban have spotted us, and it's a foot race to make it back into the wire before they catch us.
And what happens to the people that get left behind?
They're murdered. Or used. You know, there's pilots and they're doctors and they're engineers, and they run the sewage system. They run the electrical plant. So they're trying to get out, but the Taliban want them to stay because all the infrastructure that's built there are operated by people that were friendly to the Americans. So they want, like, if they want their power plant to work, they have to have all of the engineers that ran it. So they don't want them to leave. They don't want the pilots to leave because their airport won't work. They don't have anybody to run their air traffic control. They don't have anybody to, you know, make sure the water purification system works properly. So they're trying to keep all of those people there. But all of those people know that they'll then be slaves to the Taliban. So they're trying to get out. And that's the tough catch-22 position that we were in.
I can only imagine the frustration that so many people like yourself who've been over there must have to how this was all handled. That they should have known what was going to happen if you just decided to pull out the way they did.
But yes, I mean the level of frustration. I've never seen anything in it like it in my lifetime in the military, where there was that many men and women from the military so active and unified, and we have to do something. You know, I'm never going to forget my countrymen's response to Afghanistan and Ukraine, the generosity of just America. You know, it's a different thing from being, you know, that nationalist compared to being a patriot. You know, these patriots were throwing money to pay for gas on planes. They were, you know, helping us buy buses to position out in Kabul. Like, we literally bought buses that we would put in intersections to have people meet there, and they would bring that bus onto the air base. And none of this would have been possible, you know, without the UAE and the Crown Prince and the Sheikh, without their generosity, and then without the American people just stepping up, and veterans especially. They just, I just never seen it. So as angry as I am as to the way that we strategically did that withdrawal, I have never been more proud of the American people. It was amazing.
It's great that you could have that perspective while also encountering such a horrific scene. Because I got to imagine that the horrific aspects of it would be overwhelming for most people.
Yeah. You kind of focus at the work. I love Mr. Rogers. I do. He said this thing. Parents were asking, what do we do in light of like all these terrible things that are happening? And he says, look to the helpers. You will always see people doing good work and helping. And I really take this. I don't know how that works really in the brain. But I didn't focus on. I saw all the soldiers from the 82nd being so brave, and I saw all the Marines on the walls, you know, protecting all of these people trying to come in and trying to find the right people. I mean, they're children. You know, they're 18, 19, 20-year-old young men and women that volunteered to serve, and then here they are thrust into this apocalypse-like scenario, and they're just. They're so incredible. I look at them, you know. I look at my team. Sean G was our ground force commander. Sea Spray, and Dave. You know, I look at them. I see their eyes just sunken in from not sleeping for 6-7 days in a row, and but they're still going. Like I look at that. You know, I look at that 82nd guy as I'm like, hey man, can you pick up this concertina wire so I can slip underneath here with this little kid? He's like, yeah, bro. Picks up like, that's rad. But when the bomb goes off at the end of August, that was what we knew going to be the end of us being able to be effective in going outside the wire and grab people and bring them back in. The base just was going to get locked down, and that was starting to hurt. That's when I realized. So our list kept growing, right? I said we moved 12,000 people in 10 days. Like think about 12,000. You've been to arenas with 12,000 people. In 10 days, we confirmed who they were, which is a miracle in itself. Thank you, Sarah Verardo. So Save Our Allies found these people, confirmed who they were, got them approved from the government, and then put them on a plane and flew them out in 10 days. But after the bomb happens and we are limited in our ability to be effective, and this list is growing and growing and growing, that is when like my soul just starts dropping out the bottom, because the list grows and we're not bringing anybody else in. So Sean G, our ground force commander, listening to him tell Sarah, she's like, well, what's the point of us still making this list? He's like, so we know who we left behind. And I was just like, this is dumb. Like, this is really bad.
How many people got left behind?
40,000 on our list, I think.
Do we have any idea what happened to them?
We left back Americans. Like, they are in the control of the Taliban if they're alive. So we're still actively working. Like we have been. So we have now moved 17,000 people total out of Afghanistan. So we've moved another 5,000 people since Afghanistan became fully under control of the Taliban. And
how do you get them out while it's in control of the Taliban?
We're very sneaky.
So it's 5,000 people covertly.
Yeah, and we have. So we like the lead pad. Once you get them out, you take them to a place, Qatar, UAE, Pakistan, and you stage them there as you work through the Department of State immigration process. And immigration right now is a pretty tough thing to work through. Gordon Ryan, is a great example. His amazing, wonderful wife, he's trying to get her processed through legally. My best friend, Nick Palmisciano, who wrote that book with me, his wife, it took her 2.5 years, and she did everything perfect. 2.5 years with a green card to become an American citizen. So we have 5,000 people that are stuck in this process. A little shout out to some of the senators that are pushing to extend the SIV application. So that's the special immigration visa. It's a special visa for people coming from war-torn countries. It was going to end where that SIV visa wouldn't be applicable, and Mike Waltz and Senator Tillis and the guys like that are stepping up, being like, no, like we have a bunch of allies still that are stuck. Let's figure out what to do with them first.
How was that not taken into consideration before we pulled out? I just don't understand how anyone in good conscience could have handled it the way they did. And why did they handle it the way they did? Was there a reason?
There was a date that was set on the campaign trail that we would be pulling out after 20 years. And so on September 11th, 2021, when I say we, America, said that we were going to be leaving Afghanistan, and to stay true to those campaign promises. And I'm not like against leaving Afghanistan. I didn't want to fight in Afghanistan anymore. I don't think anybody else did. And having been there for 20 years, like whether it was a good war, a feudal war, that's for strategic level people to argue about. But the way that we left, that was really problematic, obviously. I don't know.
Have we ever done anything like this before?
Yeah, I mean, it happened in Saigon at the end of the Vietnam War. We have. You go all the way back to Sun Tzu. He tells you how to retreat. You can see other instances where we did it poorly, like Dunkirk. Like, had the Englishmen not stood up and hopped on private-owned boats and crossed the channel, there's a good chance that all of Great Britain would have fallen to the Nazis. That was a bad plan. So yeah, it's happened multiple times, but I don't know why we just don't seem to learn from history, and then we just bury history intentionally. It's bonkers.
Yeah, it is bonkers. It's got to be a strange feeling to be you, to have experienced so many things you've experienced, and then to come back here and see all these people that are just blissfully ignorant of what's going on in the world while they're stuffing their face with Krispy Kreme donuts.
Yeah, it's kind of insulting a little bit. Memorial Day just happened, and I think about all of the amazing men and women that have fought so bravely for this country, and I'm like, so what are we doing to make sure their sacrifice was worth it, right? Are we really moving forward the ideals that it is to be an American? And I think being an American is a beautiful thing, and the ideals that this country were founded on are beautiful, powerful things. And but then it's not appreciated and totally taken for granted.
Yeah, completely. And I don't think there's any way to really educate people on what's happening unless you physically expose them to it, or unless they make a concerted effort to educate themselves. So many people just, they don't know. Like, we pulled out of Afghanistan, there was some noise in the media for like a few weeks.
It was like 45 days.
Yeah, and then gone. Yeah. And then it drifted off, and I was well aware that there were still people left behind there. And I'm like, well, what happens to those people? And it's just, the discussion just ended. And then, they're mad at somebody for doing something on TV, or somebody did something here.
Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are getting a divorce.
There's something. There's always some distraction. Will Smith slaps Chris Rock, and that's it. We stop talking about it. And meanwhile, it's one of the biggest clusterfucks in the history of this country. In terms of...
That was the largest evacuation in American history, like ever. And it was, there's no way, I would love to like be able to put numbers, but there's no way for us to assume or guess the type of atrocities and the number of them that happened outside. The ones I saw firsthand, I would take pages of this notebook, and there's thousands of soldiers that saw that every single moment, and that was just within eyes distance. Who knew what happened 3 blocks in where the actual Taliban checkpoints were? So every route into the base was controlled by the Taliban, and every military expert on the planet, whoever controls the outside perimeter actually controls that ground. So the Taliban controlled the outside perimeter, so they controlled the airport. Everybody that got into that base was either able to circumvent, like get past one of the Taliban checkpoints, or had to go through it. It's like, oh, thank you for this passport. What is your job? Your occupation is you are a plumber. You can't leave. Oh, you worked for the Americans. I have you on this list. You cannot leave. And then you're just with the Taliban.
And if I'm not hearing it from you, I'm not hearing it. This is the problem. It's like it's a crazy scenario, and it's not being discussed publicly.
No, because it's not comfortable to talk about, like mental health. It seems like all these things that we should be talking about, we don't want to talk about because they're like kind of bummer topics, but they have to be. We have people left in Afghanistan, and we have some of the people that we got out of Afghanistan that are trapped in these lily pad countries that can't make it back. I'm not even saying they have to come to the United States, but we have to do something with them, right? Like I personally escorted a couple hundred into Albania. Like, amazing. George Soros's son, got to meet him, and he paid. These were all, I think they were like employees, or they're on an internship program in Afghanistan, but a lot of them were Afghan, Albanian dual citizens, and George Soros Jr. paid for these guys to be brought back to Albania. So I took a plane full of a couple hundred people and flew them into Albania, and this is one of the wildest things. I get on a C-17. Bomb has gone off. Like 13 Americans die. The base is shut down. I mean, it is a fortress now. Nobody's coming on. Nobody's going off. The plumbing is going out. There's no more clean water. They're taking tractors and driving over night vision and rifles so we don't leave them behind. I'm watching like a boot Marine take a pickaxe and go into a helicopter and just start destroying the helicopter. And
Wow.
yeah, like a Black Hawk or
Jesus
a Little
Christ.
Bird. And as like an aspiring helicopter pilot that would love to buy a helicopter, I'm like watching them destroy a Sikorsky. I'm like, oh my god, like it was to destroy me. And like this is happening all around us as bombs going off, and you hear gunfire and things are burning. We're starting to destroy all of our sensitive documents, and we're just collapsing down this base. We pack a C-17 full of people. C-17 wrap closes. I have to get on a military C-17 because my plane out, which was a private jet that we had set up as our emergency evacuation, it crash lands in Pakistan. As it's flying into Afghanistan, it has an engine go out, so it has to do an emergency crash landing into Pakistan. And now I'm sitting here in Afghanistan, like, I don't know how I'm getting out.
Oh god.
I have no idea. And so fortunately the military's amazing, and they took care of us. And so they flew the 4 of us volunteers. I'm not there in any military capacity. I'm fully there as a civilian working for an NGO, an approved government nonprofit. So with authorities all the way up and down. And I get on this military C-17 and the ramp closes. And as that like last little bit of Afghanistan light finally leaves my vision, I turn around and I see these 400 people sitting on the floor of a C-17. They've never been in an aircraft before. They've never left Afghanistan before. That vast majority of them. And and I'm thinking about all the people that we left behind. And the way that you leave a combat zone is way different than the way that we take off from like an airport. Like this nice gradual slope. The way military planes take off or land, it is like full power, straight up, and they start doing like these maneuvers to make sure that they don't get shot out of the sky. So all of these people on this plane are freaking out. And the old women who are exhausted and dehydrated, they start passing out. And just so people get an understanding of who these people are that we're bringing out, I'm like, hey, I need a doctor. Is there a doctor in here? Like 17 people stand up. All some Americans, some Afghan doctors. There was like an orthopedic surgeon. There was a vascular surgeon. And so like they all just come in, and that's who's on these planes. These aren't just... I know it's really easy to like, oh, there are these brown people from the Middle East. That is so racist and wrong. Like these are amazing humans that are educated and they speak English, and
They just happen to be trapped in Afghanistan.
they just have to be born and then trapped in Afghanistan. And then the plane lands, and we're figuring out what to do with all these people. And like, hey, we already have a place to move this next group. So I got a couple hours of sleep. I got a little bite of food, and I hopped on another plane to bring these people into Albania. And I take them to Albania, and there's this beautiful resort on the water that Mr. Soros Jr. had financed. And when I get there, these kids are out in the grass, and they're playing, and they're drawing, and they're giggling, and they're laughing. And it was just, my brain couldn't compute. Like, these people were I just brought these people out of Afghanistan. It was just really, really cool. The resilience, like how beautiful of a species we are. They had mental health teachers there that were already present for these children to start working through this experience they just had. Pretty rad.
Fuck.
Heavy.
What was when they decided to pull out? What was the strategy in terms of like getting people out? Did they have any?
No.
So it was just like, figure it out on your own. We're going to leave. And all the people that worked as translators, all the people that worked as our allies, they just left them.
Yeah, but buena suerte. Good luck.
Now, how would they ever expect anyone to cooperate with us
ever again.
Yeah.
I don't know. Or what kind of message that sends our current allies.
Yeah.
You know, if you're...
And just to the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Like, what are we?
I think Afghanistan was a contributor to Putin's enthusiasm to go into Ukraine. He's like, what are they going to do? They're not going to do anything. In one of the military bases, the two kind of big ones were Kandahar and Bagram. I think it was Bagram. The Afghan general that ran Bagram base, American forces in the dead of night loaded all of their people and the stuff that they could carry into the planes that they had, left the base. He woke up to an empty base with Taliban just driving onto the most strategic piece of land in the whole entire country. And the Taliban just like walk into the arms room, open the door, and start grabbing ARs off the racks that the military just left there. Night vision, PVS-31s. You know, Taliban's like, woo.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Infuriating.
Yeah, like, what was the price tag on the amount of stuff that was left behind? It's some preposterous
It's
number.
like 40, 70 billion. I don't know. That is a really Googleable number. Is that a verb now?
Googleable?
Yeah,
Should
Googleable.
Be. Should be.
I think it is.
Yeah. If you Google, that's a verb, right?
Yeah.
I Googled it.
I Googled it.
Yeah.
Tens of billions of dollars. I don't remember the exact number, but it's wild.
And is anyone accountable for this? Does anybody apologize? Like, how does this work? Does anybody say we fucked up? We could have done this better?
I mean, that's all on the public relations department of the government to do. On the voter side, like, the only way that you affect change is by voting. So the consequence to bad policy is the people choosing people that enact different policies.
The problem is we're so tribalized, we're so polarized in this country that there's people that will vote Democrat no matter what.
That's wild to me. So I am a radical centrist. You know, like, I look at these two fringe sides and I like, bro, you're crazy. On the far right? They're like looking on the far left. I'm like, ooh, bro, you're crazy. And I'm just like in the middle being like, oh, who here thinks that Afghanistan is a wreck? A bunch of people raise their hands. Like, okay, cool. Who thinks that we should enact legislation to protect schools and spend money to be able to harden our schools and address mental health? And like, everybody raises their hand. Not a single hand has stayed down, right? And then you're like, who thinks that it's a great plan for Russia to be able to take land that leads up to NATO countries? You know, loving NATO or like Ukraine, don't like Ukraine, think they're corrupt, any of it. Like, everybody is like, yeah, I don't want communism at my door. And then you go, well, who thinks there's a problem with immigration right now? And I mean, obviously in Texas, every Texan is going to be like, bro, there's a crazy problem. But like, everybody generally is like, yeah, I think the immigration system's broken. Let's figure out how to fix it. Even if you're like, no, build the wall, or no, let them all in, everybody still agrees that there's a problem with immigration. We have to fix it. So in the middle here are just a bunch of people with a lot of issues that we all agree need to be fixed. And then I guess we can't have a conversation because we are so divided about what the best solution is.
I think there's a giant percentage of us that are in the middle. But there's enough people that are so crazy on either side that you choose to say, that crazy I just can't tolerate, so I'm gonna join in with this crazy.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like I'm gonna side with Antifa because I think the Proud Boys are gross.
Yeah.
You know, it's like that kind of a thing. Like, that's what people tend to do. They tend to decide to side with one of the tribes, even though they probably have a conglomerate or conglomeration of ideas that they've adopted from sort of both. Maybe economically they're more conservative, but socially they're more liberal. It's like most people are kind of in the middle.
Yep.
And this is, I think, one of the things that happened during COVID is that people were sort of alarmed by the way some of the governments handled things, particularly the way Canada handled things, the way
Yep.
some of the states handled things. And it made people lean towards whatever side was going to impose less restrictions on them and respect freedom more. Florida grew.
Florida,
Texas grew. Yeah, Arizona grew. Places, Nevada grew. People got the fuck out of California because they're like, I don't like where this is going, and I need to be someplace where I feel like I'm not going to be restricted in my actions by a government that really doesn't have a good idea on how to protect me anyway, and they want to infantilize me in some sort of a way.
Yeah, I just released this documentary called "No Help Us Coming," and it addresses that specifically. They're like, it's all up to you. As Trudeau and Gavin Newsom just landed in California and had a thing last week, and there's like pictures of them together, and you're looking at like the draconian level legislation that is happening in Canada, and California similarly, and then the number of people that are just running for their lives.
Yeah.
To get away from those types. And you look at Australia, and you're like, that is Australia? They had concentration camps in Australia? Like, is this real? Is this 2022? I guess it is. And
well, they were quarantine camps.
And
they concentrated people there.
Yeah.
But they weren't concentration camps.
But they were just
quarantine camps. And even if you've had COVID and gotten over it, even if you only have it mildly, you have to be in a camp.
Yeah.
Even though it's a respiratory disease, and there's no history ever of being able to control a respiratory disease. Anything that spreads the way COVID spread, particularly that one, which is one of the most contagious diseases we've ever experienced.
Yeah.
Especially Omicron, so fucking contagious. Like, good, you're not contained.
No, I just really like freedom.
I think it's super important, and I've always thought it was important, but I realize how important it is once I've moved to Texas, because it's not just that Texas gave you more freedom, it changed the way people behaved during the pandemic, as opposed to California, where people are still afraid. They're still terrified. I mean,
they're traumatized.
Yeah.
They're not healthy.
No. There was a level of anxiety that existed already there. I mean, there's so many people in California that are on antidepressants and anti-anxiety medication, and they're freaking out already, and they're not doing jack shit with their body.
Yeah.
There's sedentary lifestyle, and they're seeking to mitigate some of the problems that come with that with pharmaceutical drugs. And then a pandemic hits. So they've got psychological issues, they've got cultural issues, they've got an issue with the way they view government and the way they view the government, particularly in California, that they almost want them to take care of everything. They want them to hold their hand. And then you come here and there's none of that.
No.
And that's what I loved. I'm like, we're in.
Yeah.
Fuck it. I mean, dude, I came out here 2 fucking years ago now. It's been 2 years.
You came at the right moment, man.
I did.
You dodged a bullet.
Well, I saw it coming, man. I'm one of those, I smell smoke. Let's get the fuck out of here. I'm that guy. Because I have a lot of faith in some people. I have almost no faith in most people. And I saw it was falling apart there, and I saw the paranoia and the anxiety was ramping up. And I had known so many people that had already had COVID by that point and gotten over it. And I resented this idea that I'm supposed to think about it the same way that someone who's 90 and obese is supposed to think about it. Like it's a death sentence. I'm like, I'm not thinking about it that way. I'm thinking about it. I don't want to get it, but this is not going to kill me. Like I'm 99% sure I could fucking skate through this in a healthy way if I, use the right medication and take care of myself. And why am I being locked out of the restaurants? Why am I
being locked out of the gym?
Can't go to the gym. Yeah, you can. I mean,
the one thing that will save your life.
Even gyms outside, you were supposed to wear a mask. Like, I need to see some fucking mask data, because these guys have bandanas on. I mean, I smell farts. I don't think this is working.
Yeah, data is a weird, especially around mental health right now.
Yeah,
trying to learn about suicide and depression and anxiety and the type of prescriptions that are being prescribed post and during COVID. Like the things that I'm seeing in the world right now are very, very scary, because people are not both physically and emotionally healthy. Like we're in a really dangerous moment where we either turn a corner and start making good decisions about being individually responsible about our health and mental and physical health, or I think we're going to have some really serious repercussions. We're seeing it already, like the insane rise of suicide and substance abuse, and it's frightening. I mean, the veteran community right now, they're not even reporting the data of veteran suicides and active duty suicides because they are so high and they don't want people to know about them. You know about this?
How high is it?
So 18 to 35-year-olds are the most vulnerable population that are just coming back from a deployment for suicide. And they have seen an 80% increase, 80, I think it was like 86% increase in suicides in that group of people coming back from combat.
And what do they attribute that to?
Every coping mechanism that should exist for a healthy human, right? Like, I get good sleep, I exercise, I don't drink, I don't do drugs, I have sex with my wife, I have great friends, I have an amazing family. These are all healthy coping mechanisms that are in place for like a healthy, a well-adjusted person. They're coming back, they haven't seen their wife, they've seen a whole bunch of stuff. They can't go outside and exercise. 2 years of containment where gyms are closed. They can't even go on the gym on base for like the past year and a half. And crazy. Well, I mean, not only is it crazy, but then you're breeding crazy by creating an environment that breeds crazy.
Yeah.
And then we know what the byproduct is. Like, this is unprecedented mental health problems within the veteran community. So if on Instagram, like, I'm posting hey, here's the suicide hotline number. Here are ways to seek help. Find a friend. I just 2 days ago in Washington, D.C., we did a ruck around the mall in Washington, D.C. I did a post. I said, hey, come out for mental health. We had 100 people just show up to go for a walk with, 40 pounds on their backs. And I tried to kill them all in a good, healthy way. So they couldn't kill themselves,
Right.
And all of those things like community and sweat and friendship and laughing, like those are all really great things for humans to experience. And none of that has happened for the past couple of years.
Yeah.
And heaven forbid we talk about it.
Yeah, it's the unthought of consequences of the way they enacted measures to supposedly protect us. And that thing that you just said that's very important is the amount of overdose deaths and the amount of suicides, how much it ramped up. And in many places, per age group, it far surpassed the people that were dying from COVID.
Yeah. And,
especially with young people that aren't as susceptible to COVID, but were just as susceptible to suicide.
More susceptible.
Yeah.
Young people.
Yeah.
Startling statistic. By 2030, 23 times more people will die of veterans and soldiers will die of suicide than died in the whole entire combat time of the past 20 years.
Oh my God.
23.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, that's so crazy.
Yeah. So I'm just preaching the gospel. Go outside and exercise.
Yeah.
Go find a friend.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with calling. And then the legislation, people are like, oh, well, maybe we enact some red flag gun laws to protect these people. Like, no, what you're going to do is you're going to prevent them from going and seeking help because they're going to be scared that there's not going to be any due process to get them off this list once you get them on this list.
Right.
And then you'll take their stuff. They'll never get it back. Now they're not going to do it. So whatever thought they might have had about going and getting some help, now they're not going to do it. So great. Like, you just made the problem worse.
Well, there's also the real issue, the very real issue that someone could turn you in when it's not justified.
I got a bunch of haters.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I think I'm a pretty healthy person, but there's no doubt that they'd be like, just to piss him off, like 1-800 be a snitch.
I've looked into your Instagram comments before.
Oh, they're wild.
I don't read
Why would
my
you
own,
do
but
that?
I don't read my own, but I'll occasionally read my friends.
Yeah.
And if it's you, I mean, like if you post something controversial, I'm like let's see what the crazy. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I'll read into it. I'm like, what the fuck, man? And I'll click on the links, and a lot of times it's not even a real person. It's like no posts, blocked account. You can't look at their photos. There's probably no photos.
Yeah, a bunch of our so Matt Best, Evan Hafer, Jared Taylor, Mike Glover, Coleon, like all of those guys. If you click on some of the people that are, and there's about 500 or 600 of these pages. And there's somebody that has built this big, huge infrastructure to target us. Mm-hmm. And they are troll comments. There's somebody writing in perfect English, whether that's a Russian bot, a China bot, or an actual just crazy troll. And they have dedicated meme pages and, saying outlandish, wild things, that Matt Best is anti-2A, or that, Tim Kennedy hates freedom.
Yeah, they were saying that Evan was anti-2A. I had to have him in here. He's like, what do I do about this? I'm like, please, come on.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this. This is so fucking insane. Your company's called Black Rifle Coffee. And they're trying to say you're anti-Second Amendment. Like, what the fuck is going on?
In that confirmation bias, where you have this kind of preconceived notion, and then you go out and look for anything that supports your wild ideas. If I think the number 17 is my magical number, I can go out and I can find the number 17 on a freeway sign. Man, I knew it. I knew that's my magic number, right? And then I'm driving down the road, I turn left into a residential area, and I look down at my speedometer. Oh, I'm at 17. And so, you start getting this belief, and it is the most dangerous thing in confirmation bias, especially when it has crazy ideas, like anti-freedom ideas, or hating a specific person, and you're looking for reasons not to like them. It is dangerous for investigators on the law enforcement side. We have specific measures for detectives to prevent them from using confirmation bias. Where I think you're guilty, so I'm going to start looking for evidence that supports my belief that you are guilty.
Did you ever see the Amanda Knox trial on Netflix?
No.
There's a documentary on Amanda Knox and what happened to her in Italy. It's exactly that.
Yeah.
I had her on the podcast. She's an amazing person. She's so articulate and so smart and so resilient. And what's fascinating is one of the subjects we got into was, I said, do you think I would never wish this on anyone, because it happened to her when she was 20 years old. She was falsely accused of murder. There's plenty of evidence that there was this guy from Africa. They know who he is. His DNA's all over the house. His blood's in the house. He came into the house and he said he was in the house and said he got there when the guy was killing her and he ran away. The fucking story is so bad. It's so bad, and they still tried to pin it on her because that's who they initially supposed was doing it. That it killed. There's zero evidence.
Yeah.
But they tried her twice for this. But it's that kind of shitty detective work that you're talking about avoiding, because people are human and humans have egos, and egos lead you to make decisions that aren't rational or justifiable, but they support your initial assertion, which if you say, turns out I was wrong, now all of a sudden people go, well, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. And nobody wants to do that.
Yeah. Heaven forbid somebody have enough inner development or interpersonal skills to acknowledge that they're wrong.
Right.
That doesn't happen anymore.
Well, it's like the checks and balances just weren't in place for him to accuse her in the first place. The prosecutor that accused her in the first place, he was well off. He was off. It was all wrong. But this is what we're talking about that try to avoid.
I love throwing darts at social media in that same confirmation vein. When you curate your own feed and you're following a bunch of pages that it reaffirms those beliefs, and that's dangerous, where you're not getting any outs. I follow people that I way disagree with, so I can hear their ideas, so that make sure that my ideas, man, that's a great point that she just made, maybe I want to look into this, and then I take a little peek. Or I could be a psychopath and I could block all of those people that disagree with me, and then only follow all the people that agree with me. And I'm getting weird articles, but I'm like, oh, but that's an article that supports this crazy idea that I have. And that's not healthy.
And most people aren't very good at managing that stuff. They only just subscribe to or click on links that they're interested in, that support their initial assertions. That support their confirmation bias. And that's a giant problem with people, because they don't get taught that. They don't get taught. People think of ideas as if it's a part of them. And when you have an idea about something, you want that idea to be confirmed. You want that idea to turn out to be true. So you're like, ha, I won. I'm correct. But you can't attach yourself to ideas. You can't. And you got to be willing to abandon them. You have to be.
That inquisitive mind, where I'm going to always assume that I don't understand this thing, and I want to know more about it regardless. We'll use jiu-jitsu. I've been doing jiu-jitsu for forever, and I feel right now like I'm relearning all of jiu-jitsu, because jiu-jitsu has evolved so fast in the past few years. And I'm going up to the Giancarlos and the Gordon Ryans and what is this thing that you just did?
Right.
So I've been doing jiu-jitsu for 30 years. What is this? This is neat.
Isn't that wild?
So cool. And
There's so many variables.
or I could go back to my own gym and be in the big fish in my super tiny little pond and never adapt or never grow or never learn anything new. And when you do that intellectually, where this is what I think and this is what I know, but I'm never going to subject myself to anything different, like how dangerous is that?
It is very dangerous, but it's more common than not. It's more common for people to do that than it is for people to seek out new ways to learn and humble themselves with new information. And jiu-jitsu, it forces you to do that. If you, it is really, really fascinating what the changes that have taken place in jiu-jitsu. Essentially, jiu-jitsu has always evolved, right? There's like the 10th planet system that used flexibility and the closed guard and rubber guard in this really weird and interesting way. And then there's a lot of people that did that, and they would try these moves out on people, and they would have no idea what the fuck they're doing, and they'd be tapping before they knew it was too late.
Yeah.
They didn't understand. And then the leg lock system came into place. And when the leg lock system came into place, it's like, oh my God, like I stopped training really hard somewhere around the time that the leg lock systems got put into place. So I'm a baby when it comes to that. I might be a black belt in jiu-jitsu, but like when I train with Gabe Tuttle and he explains to me that all the ashigarami positions and all the different ways to counter, I'm like, holy shit, this is like starting from scratch almost. It's like I understand how to do a heel hook. I get it, but just the subtle variations on how to defend and when you're safe and when you're not safe and how to set up 2-3 moves in advance because you're knowing that this person is going to try to get out of it by going this way, so you're stopping this and then you're implementing that. It's like
Crazy.
There's so much to learn.
Yeah, and then John Danaher, he's sitting there, and he's like the wildest on the spectrum, brilliant nerd, and he's like going through these steps. And I'm on the mat, and I know I'm about to drill it, but I want to run off the mat and go grab a video camera and record it so that I can, and then write it down so I'd have any chance of remembering all of the details that he put into it.
Right.
And then Paulo Brandao, who is, like I'm a Hoyle Gracie black belt, and he's like the Gracie Humaita is here. I have Gracie Humaita Cedar Park. He owns Gracie Humaita South. And like I'll go back to him, and like we'll be trying to drill these things together. And I'm actually useless, man. I don't even remember how to do this.
Why don't you get like a little tripod and put your iPhone on it and just like film?
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
It's not a bad idea.
It's not.
I think when my knee heals up, that's my move. I think I need to, because I like all the stuff that I worked with Gabe. I'm like, God damn it! I don't know if I could demonstrate half of it.
Yeah, Gordon and John both have like online tutorials that are really amazing.
Yeah, BJJ Fanatics.
Yeah.
There's hundreds of hours of stuff.
Yeah, and they're like so easy to consume.
Yeah.
It's formatted well, it's filmed well, the audio's good.
Yeah, it's very clear too. They're very clear in the steps of progression. Yeah. And what the reasons for doing each individual step are. Yeah.
They're great instructors.
Well, John is a cheat code, as Gordon Ryan puts it. He's like, where do you find one of those? Where do you find a guy who is a professor of philosophy at Columbia University, a legit super genius, who then falls in love with jiu-jitsu to the point where he's sleeping on the mats and teaching classes all day long? And coincidentally, he's injured. So because he's injured, he can't compete himself. So he pours all of his brilliance into other people because he's got an artificial hip and he needs an artificial knee, and he's really fucked from playing rugby when he was younger.
Yeah, it's he and I are going to be cornering Rory McDonald, and in
the PFL.
Yep, on the PFL.
Where's that?
It's in Atlanta on July 1st, and so getting Rory ready for this fight. First of all, that guy's a monster.
Rory's awesome.
Rory is not just a great human. I love him to death. And his wife is beautiful and such a great woman. But he has evolved as an. I've never. I mean, he's always. You remember the Robbie Lawler, Roy McDonald?
Oh my
one
God.
of the best
How
fights.
do you forget that fight?
Anybody who's never seen it, go and watch it.
Jesus
The
Christ,
Glover
that was a crazy fight
that just happened. Like
incredible.
Those two fights for me are like number 1 and number 1.
Yeah, they're right there.
But Rory right now physically is a freak. So I'll go in right here and get beat up by him, at the 10th Planet Gym. And then I'll step out and somebody else will go in with him, and then John and I will be coaching him. And getting the opportunity to coach a fighter with John also gives me a new layer, kind of peeling back the way that his mind works. And he is truly brilliant. You know, he's a great human. He's a great coach in jiu-jitsu, but he's also a great fighter. Like, he understands how all of it works, and putting it together bespoke for a single person is pretty neat.
Yeah, he knows. He also coaches people in striking, which is wild.
Yeah.
Like Gary Tonin, I was like, well, who's Gary's striking coach? Like, John's Gary's striking coach too. I'm like, what? What? Yeah. But if anybody else, if you told me anybody else was doing it, I'm like, my God, man, go to a real striking coach. Yeah. But with Donaher, I'm like, okay, all right, I bet he can do it.
Yeah.
I bet the fucking guy has no life outside of the gym. This is what's crazy. He'll teach all day long, and then he doesn't have a girlfriend. He goes and watches fucking wrestling videos. He's watching guys from Bulgaria wrestle. He's watching, people from Japan do Kyokushin. He's just like constantly absorbing technique. It's really wild.
Yeah, my least favorite thing to hear from him is when I'm training with a person, and that person that I'm training with does a great thing. John is like, hey, great job, Gordon. You know, like, Gordon Ryan, great sweep. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm about to get smashed. You know, I hate hearing it on the side of his voice. I just hate his voice.
Gordon Ryan put pressure on the left shoulder.
Yep. And
Gordon
very rarely
Ryan.
Does he go, great job, Tim Kennedy.
Right.
That doesn't come out very often. Just laughs at me.
You have to earn that, I guess. Yeah. I've heard he's got a lot of really interesting killers that people haven't seen yet.
I've invited you a couple of times.
I'm
just
gonna
to
go
sit
as soon as
there
this
and
fucking knee. I can't. I'll want to train. As soon as this knee is gotten to the point where I'm comfortable that I can push it, I'm gonna get back on the mat.
I do my conditioning in their morning class time, and we set up like our bikes and our rowers and our skiers so we can just by osmosis watch technique as they're doing it. So I'm like on the skier, just like this creep, just staring right at him, just like I'm staring into your eyes as I'm just going. My heart rate's up in the yellow, you know, and they just laugh. You know, it's like me and Shane and Sean Apperson. I'm that old school approach where I do my boxing separate, I do my Muay Thai separate, I do my wrestling separate, and I do my jiu-jitsu separate, and then I do MMA where I try to put them all together. But I try to develop each of those pieces as like a kind of a traditionalist.
Have you tried it other ways?
Yeah.
But you like this way? You like to like really concentrate?
Well, because I really love, like the sweet science of boxing, and you know the footwork is different than when I do Muay Thai. You know, and there's parts. But then I get to go and paint my MMA picture and put it all together in my style. But for me getting better in jiu-jitsu, if I just did MMA and I'm not, no gi and gi, slightly different techniques, the way I'm going to position my hip for a Kimura is going to be different. I don't have the friction, I don't have a belt to grab to prevent them from rolling forward. Like, these are just slightly different variations. I like doing it really specific to each of the respective arts.
The only thing that I would think would be difficult to transition back and forth between the two would be Muay Thai and boxing. The Muay Thai boxing thing, I think, would be difficult because the stances are different and the fear of leg kicks. Like, you can't go heavy on that front leg and move in when a guy could just sidestep and chop your calf.
Yeah. Okay. If I want Lomachenko footwork and I'm only doing Muay Thai, but that footwork is really, really useful in MMA, but I'm just doing MMA and Muay Thai, like, I'm never going to get the good footwork that I need to be a good boxer.
Right.
And I'm not going to get the good head movement because the head movement in Muay Thai is way different than that in boxing,
right.
And I'm not going to learn how to put my shoulder in the right position to protect my chin where I can keep my lead hand low,
right.
Unless I do just boxing. So if I want to take those very unique elements of boxing and then integrate it into my striking style, I do have to train that thing individually and then implement it into my style.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense. I mean, it's there's certainly subtleties to each individual thing that you can't learn if you incorporate everything together. And you learn that when you see just combat jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Combat jiu-jitsu, which is a really interesting concept. I mean, at the beginning I was like, this sounds silly. You're
I
gonna
love it.
smack each other. But now I'm like, this is fucking great.
This is awesome.
It makes jiu-jitsu. Well, first of all, there's a lot of things like when guys are in the 50-50 or when they're diving on heel hooks and their face is right there and someone just smashed. And guys are getting TKO'd. You know, I watched quite a few TKOs with just palm strikes to the face. You're getting smashed from the top, and you realize, like, hey, you can't just grab legs.
Yep.
You can't just grab legs when this guy has full use of his hands and he's standing over you. You're realizing like what things are actually practical.
I mean, you and I are both old enough to remember the Pancrase days.
Oh yeah.
I had 30 fights in Pancrase, half of which were knockouts.
Wow.
You know, like I put people to sleep
With palm strikes.
with palm strikes.
Yeah.
You know, the All Army Combatives tournament, which is like this arduous, a hell of a tournament. 3 days. First day is grappling. Second day is Pancrase. Third day is MMA, and violent Pancrase fights with high-level fighters, and the guys can hit hard.
Let's go back to Boss Rutan.
Yeah.
Boss Rutan was the best at it because he had the most flexible wrists,
Yep.
and he would pull his hand way back.
His
Like,
jab would hurt.
oh my
his
god!
hook
he'd
would hurt.
Smash guys like this, like he was throwing punches. Like there's quite a few. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, that's
These are
beautiful.
just slaps, but this shows you. And by the way, that's not even the most realistic use of that position. The most realistic use of that position, I go back to Renzo Gracie. When Renzo Gracie fought, there was a judo guy in one of those early, like, World Combat League, one of those early tournaments. With this fucking guy, it might have been Extreme Fighting. This guy apparently was fucking with Renzo and calling him up in the middle of the night and calling his hotel room. So when Renzo got behind him, he took his back. He just elbowed the base of his brain.
That'll
just
do it.
Boom, boom. And that's the most
Yep.
effective use of the back mount. But because it's illegal to hit someone in the back of the head, we don't see that. I'm not sure why it's illegal to hit someone in the back of the head. Because you get hit in the back of the head all the time.
Yeah.
Like if you get hit with a roundhouse kick, there's a high likelihood you're getting hit in the back of the head. Because if you're standing sideways and you get neck kicked, guess where that fucking foot is landing? It's the back of your goddamn head. You get hit with a heel hook. Here's Renzo. So Renzo gets
God,
his
I love
dude's back.
Renzo.
And
Look at
this.
that.
Boom, boom, boom. I mean, come the fuck on.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the most effective use of the back mount because he's using full and obviously has a fantastic back mount too. And he's using, and the guy's tapping. He's using, and watch how he steps on him. Watch how he steps on him when he gets off him. Watch this. This guy was a dick.
Get outta
He
here.
stepped on his neck. And the referee's like, hey, you can't do that. He's like, yeah, but I just did.
I teach, I call it making soup, where you take the back and it's nice when we're in my gym. You know, I have a judo subfloor, Fuji mats. This like there's springs. I think there's 16 springs underneath every one of our floors. As
Oh,
if you're
that's
in
great.
Yeah, like you're on an Olympic judo floor, and padded walls, air conditioning. We got fans. It's just the most conducive environment for it to be nice, safe training. You and I step out into that parking lot, the whole world changes about what jiu-jitsu should look like.
Right.
So making soup is when I take that back mount, I just take their face and I push it into the ground. Like I only need an inch for me to break his orbital socket in his nose on the concrete. And then like once those teeth and a little bit of, the cerebral spinal fluid drips out of the nose, and a little bit of the blood and gum and saliva, like that all gets mixed in front of this guy's face before the darkness slowly closes in. Like, and that's the end of the fight.
Yeah, on concrete and with a back mount. It's just fighting a judo guy.
Yeah.
Imagine that wearing a winter coat, fighting a judo guy in the street.
Satoshi threw me, Olympic gold medalist, just threw me to the ground over and over and over again. Danaher, he's like, how beautiful, and because I was on the receiving end of it, he said, how beautiful is it for how effective it is that he can just take somebody and put them on the ground. I was like, yeah, it's really beautiful.
How are his submissions?
Definitely not his. I don't think he ever attacked one time.
Really, just control mostly?
Yeah. And he had great control. He was really hard to get out from under. He's really strong. He has this gigantic head.
Yeah, he's huge.
And his hands are, his grips are.
Well, he's like
wild.
5'10", 260, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was hard.
Very Mark Hunt-esque.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's such a sweetheart to train with. He was great, but being able to, I can knock you out with my fist or my elbow or my shin or my knee, but he takes the earth And
It hits you with the
He
earth.
hits you with the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, the earth is big.
The earth doesn't move when you hit it. It's
Yeah.
not like a heavy bag.
You're taking a stubborn, dumb object,
Yeah.
me, and then you're taking a movable and a non-moving object like the earth, and like
Yeah.
No,
I've
thank
seen so many horrific street fights on Instagram and YouTube where a guy picks a guy up and slams him on the ground.
yeah.
It's the worst. It's the scariest thing, man, because you land head first on the ground like that when somebody hoists you up in the air.
Go bam!
Bam. I mean, fuck. It's
We back to leg locks on the ground. I was teaching a course in New York, a sheepdog response course, and there was a couple black belts that were in the course, and we're fighting for guns and knives. They're rubber guns and knives, and I'm in half guard, and I take, he had the weapon, the gun in his arm, in his waistband, and he was covering it with his arm, and I pulled it out the back, so I now have his gun, and he dives underneath like he's gonna go for a leg lock, and
why you have the gun?
I have the gun, and I was standing over him, and I'm just like, so I tap him as he's, I'm good at leg locks, and I'm just like moving my feet so he's not getting it finished, but I'm like tapping his forehead with the gun, and he still hadn't processed, like as he's like having this piece of plastic hit him in the face, and he finally opens his eyes, and the realization that I'm tapping him in the face with the gun, that as he's diving for a leg lock, how dangerous, sports jiu-jitsu is to combat jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
That's why I love that combat jiu-jitsu. It's adding a degree of realness.
Well, it's definitely opening up people's eyes that were just straight up jiu-jitsu players that took a chance and didn't want to do MMA, but said, let me see what happens when you add slaps.
Yeah.
But you see guys who excel at that, like guys like Wagner Rocha, who's a jiu-jitsu black belt, but also an MMA fighter. And so he gets on top of guys and smashes them. Just smashes them.
He's good.
Yeah, it's just like there's a lot of positions that aren't really effective unless you make this agreement where you're not going to slap or strike. It's the same thing with boxing. Like people always say, like boxing is a very effective martial art. Sure, if we make an agreement that I'm not going to pick you up and throw you on the ground, or if we make an agreement I'm not going to kick your legs out from under you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like as soon as you make an agreement with that, like there's a great video on Glory Kickboxing's Instagram page of this dude, I forget his name, this Russian guy, like a real high level guy who fought Badr Hari, fought a lot of guys, but he's fighting this boxer. And it's a boxing versus Muay Thai fight. And it's hilarious to watch because this is it.
Yeah, it's comical.
What is his name? Does it say his name? This dude's, I've seen this guy fight multiple times.
4 of those kicks, we're done.
I mean, it's crazy because the guy comes in trying to box and he's just getting his legs destroyed. He never gets a chance to set his feet. And then he gets head kicked and then chopped out, and then this is the end of it. He's like eventually like, what the fuck, man? And that guy's not walking for days, by the way. Alexei Ignashov. That's it, right. Yeah, that's the dude. And he's a fucking super technical guy who was, I think he actually has one decision win over Badr Hari, like back in the day. But like super, super high
He
level.
kicks beautifully.
Oh my God, he's excellent. His downfall was the hooch. The guy liked to drink a little bit too much, partied.
Helio Gracie. Hoyler told me as we were talking about jiu-jitsu evolving, he said, my dad would say that if somebody can touch your face while you're doing jiu-jitsu, that you're doing jiu-jitsu wrong. I'm like, dude, that's brilliant.
Yeah. Well, you've seen the Kevin Holland Jacare fight?
Yeah.
He knocks Jacare out from his back.
Yep.
He's on his back. He punches him in the face and staggers him and then finishes him off. Like, which is like, yeah, guys can do that, man. You can't let a guy punch you in the face.
Nope.
I think it was Eve Edwards told me that Dwayne Ludwig broke his eye socket from the guard. Like he's in Dwayne's guard and Dwayne broke his eye socket with a punch. He's like, what the fuck, man?
Well, Dwayne hits hard from everywhere.
Yeah. It was perfect technique. It's like, but there's reality to MMA that you need to know if you're a jiu-jitsu guy because you have this distorted idea of what you can and can't do.
I love having the our jiu-jitsu gym, Gracie, who might have Cedar Park, is in our Sheepdog Response building in Cedar Park. So you're always reminded as like the special forces guy is walking by, you know, as this like Marine Recon guy is walking by, as this Navy SEAL is walking by, like they're all good level fighters, MMA. They also do jiu-jitsu. So when you're out there, like, you know, Jean-Claude Bedoni is teaching the evening class, super talented black belt. They're still like, I'm walking by, you know, like 220-pound hairy-handed dude with like chunked up hands and scar tissue around his eyes. Like, don't forget where we are and what this is. Like,
exactly.
this is real jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, you're learning a single aspect of fighting. And that aspect doesn't work if you add a lot of other stuff in.
An important one.
Yes,
you know,
very important.
Yeah.
But probably the most important. I mean, one of the things we learned from the early days of the UFC was, with all things considered, if you only know one sport, if you only know one art, jiu-jitsu is pretty fucking effective. It wasn't until everybody else learned jiu-jitsu that jiu-jitsu became a very important aspect of it, but not the primary aspect. Remember the early days of the UFC? All we thought about was jiu-jitsu.
Yep.
Everybody was just scrambling to jiu-jitsu schools.
Law enforcement. I tell if you're in law enforcement and you don't train jiu-jitsu, like, shame on you. Like, period. You have to go and learn it because it is a superpower. And this is why I tell them, like, a trained person touching an untrained person, that untrained person has no choice over what I want to do with their body.
Right.
I can do anything I want to it. You know, like, I can effortlessly put their hands behind their back and put them in cuffs. You know, I can move them cautiously and gracefully and kindly to the car as a trained person. It is so powerful to have that control over somebody else that if you're in that protect and serve mode, it is your obligation, it is your duty to know it.
Yeah, it's like having no gun. Yeah. It's almost like that. It's almost like you're really helpless. And I didn't, you know, when I first started doing jiu-jitsu, I had a very distorted idea of what my abilities would be. And I think that that's a lot of people. I think a lot of people are like, oh, I'm a good athlete, I'm strong, I'll be fine. And then you find someone who's your size who just fucking throws you around like a rag doll and strangles you at will, and you're like, oh shit. Like, this is fucking different, you know? But then there's also, like, the other thing. Like, I had a friend of mine who was a jiu-jitsu black belt who took an MMA fight, and I knew he did no striking. He was not a striker at all. And I go, hey, man, do you know the guy you're fighting? And they're like, no, I don't know the guy I'm fighting. I'm like, what you can do to people with jiu-jitsu, some people can do to you striking. Like, you're fucked. Like, you're standing with that guy. He's just going to, like Anderson Silva or something like that. If you don't know who the guy is, it's like there's people that you don't know. They might have only had one fight, but they're fucking nasty. Yeah. They're really good. They're just trained really hard, and they happen to have never competed or only competed a couple of times. And you could run into that guy in a fight, and that's a terrible place to be butt scooting towards some guy who's trying to literally separate the muscle from the fucking shin, you know, or separate your thigh meat with his shins. Like, this is terrifying.
It's awesome. Yeah. You opened all of that with a guy that trains really hard.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Yes.
You know,
yeah.
You train really hard. Whatever it is your modality is, if you don't do that thing hard, you don't train that thing hard against a fully resistant opponent, then you're not going to be good. But if you do, man, you're a force.
Yeah, you're a force. And it's a beautiful thing to have, just that ability. And it's a beautiful thing to practice just for fun. Like, you could practice archery and never want to shoot an animal, not only want to shoot a target. You can practice jiu-jitsu and never want to get into a fight. But the beautiful thing is you have this talent now. You have this ability. Even if you never use it, if all you do is train, that's fine. But if the shit goes down, your body knows what to do. It's like instinctively, if you lock up with someone, you're going to look for an inside trip. You're going to know what to do. When you get to a side control position and you see there's an opportunity to mount, you're going to mount them. Yeah. If they turn over, you're going to take their back. If their neck is there, you're going to take the choke. It's just going to be there. It's you've done it so many times. Instead of having to think through things like, I saw the UFC, I'll do this. Like, no. You're not going to be able to do that. You have to train it. Yeah. But if you do train it, you don't have to use it. But if you need to use it, it's fucking there. Yeah.
And that applies with all training. You know, whatever theater that we're traveling to, Ukraine, Afghanistan, you know, the military and special operations, you know, they train that skill set, the basic fundamentals so much that you can take these guys and put them anywhere, and they perform at such a high level. It's because of the training. You know,
Yes.
it's because it is so rigorous. It's so arduous. You know, it doesn't matter where they go; they're still able to do whatever the mission is.
That's the argument
cool.
that's like missing about the police, is that the police don't train the way special operations train, but yet they're involved in combat scenarios on a regular basis.
Yeah. So what we're experiencing right now is a byproduct of what society has forced police to become. You know, they're demonizing military training for law enforcement, and then obviously we just experienced defund the police, and
Yeah.
you know, nearly every large city has seen a crazy rise in crime, and these large cities that defunded their police, to include Austin, you know, we've never seen homicides like this. You know, get in the Chicago's and the Boston's, you're just like, oh, this is so scary, and how does it make any sense that I'm going to provide this group that I want to protect us with less training and less funding, but then still want them to be a better product to be able to protect us? And then the people that they're protecting, I'm going to disarm, so the people coming to save them are untrained and unprepared. It's creating this disastrous situation. You know, it's not like I want to prevent rapes from happening, so me as a good person, I'm going to like chop my penis off. Like, that's the dumbest argument you could ever make. Like, that's not going to prevent rapes. It is going and empowering people or preventing consequences for a rapist to try and rape somebody. You know, it's not cutting the genitals off of every man.
Right.
That's crazy.
So what do you think is the roadblock for, I mean, obviously what you're saying in terms of with law enforcement is it's common sense. So why is it so hard to get something implemented like a rigorous training course?
I think it's ignorance. I think the first thing is society, culture right now. We've been emasculating the law enforcement for a while. You know, we want a kinder, softer, gentler, you know, and I get they're dealing with mental health, and we can have specialists that can come in and deal with somebody having a mental health crisis. But we still need men and women that will run towards the sound of gunfire and know what to do.
Yeah.
And we don't right now. We have been weakening them, and we have been making them ill-equipped to respond to that. And then I think Uvalde is a great example of not properly trained with broken systems that are not ready to do the right thing. And we will have more of that unless we get them the right training and we get our schools to become hard targets, and then we go upstream to the origin, the genesis of these problems, which is mental health with the individual. If we don't do those things, then it's never gonna be fixed.
I think everybody agrees that the problem is a mental health problem ultimately, because there's only one way you could ever do something like that. You have to be mentally ill. So how does someone solve the mental health aspect of it? I mean, what can be done?
I believe it is a large cultural shift. You know, the nuclear family, where, you know, mother and father are loving the child and trying to make that person be a healthy, adjusted human. That has been demonized. So with a broken family comes often a broken person. Masculinity, it's been attacked nonstop. And, you know, we've demonized any kind of masculine attributes. You know, let's in every way try to feminize men, and that a feminine man is a dangerous thing when it comes to violence.
Yeah.
Now, on the spectrum of being a man, we have very feminine men, and I love them, and they're fine, and I'll take care of them, and that there's nothing wrong with that. You know, but a broken one is a dangerous thing. Any broken thing, especially one that's capable of violence.
One that's capable of violence, who feels like the world has abandoned them and they want to leave a mark.
Bullying, cyberbullying, social media, video games, movies, all of, when I say it's a cultural shift, it has to be this large effort of all of us being like, okay, these are not things that are healthy for us to have a healthy society.
But most people who play violent video games would never be violent. The
For
vast
sure.
majority.
For sure.
They're just kids who enjoy it or adults who enjoy it because they think it's fun.
Yep.
And I want them to be able to still do that.
Yeah, me too.
I think of it the same way I think about gun control. Like the vast majority of people would never use a gun in a mass shooting. I don't think the solution is to punish everyone by eliminating the right and taking away your constitutional right. I don't think that's the solution. I think the solution is you have to figure out a way to prevent it from happening in these vulnerable places. And did you hear there was a fucking shooting again yesterday? They're at a kids' camp in Dallas, and they killed the guy immediately.
Oh, I did, yeah.
Showed up at a fucking kids' camp with 250 people and opened fire, and the cops got to him quick.
Yeah.
Shootout with the cops killed him, and I mean, but you're not hearing about it because guns were used to prevent another mass shooting.
That's another very difficult group of data to find, is the number of shootings that were prevented by somebody with a gun.
Yeah.
It's really, I mean, as somebody that runs a training company, I'm always looking for not just anecdotal examples, but data for me to be like, okay, what was a good thing that happened? What was a dangerous thing that happened? In the AAR I want to AAR every shooting, like an after-action review. I want to look at the things that they did right and the things that they did wrong. I want to sustain the things that they did right, and then I want to make sure that we address the things that did wrong, so we in training have a better system. And we're trying to do that with shootings, and it pops up for a second. Like there was, a shooting at this mall in San Antonio, and somebody in the parking lot, it was the guy gets out of the car, he's walking towards the mall, and somebody spots him and ends up confronting him and was concealed carrying and stopped this guy from doing this active shooter. It was impossible to find any of the information about what happened, and that's very commonplace about how difficult it is to find that type of data.
Well, Coleon was on the podcast a couple days ago.
Love that guy.
I love that guy too. And we broke down the numbers. And when they talk about gun violence, it's staggering the amount of gun violence that's actually suicide. He said it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 65%. And then, there's cops killing bad guys. That's a certain percentage of it. And then a giant chunk is gang violence.
Yeah.
And so when you get down to like what is actually happening with guns, like there's a lot of socioeconomic problems that are contributing to this. There's a lot of cultural problems that are contributing to it because you have these communities that have never been fixed. They have the same issues that they've had for decades upon decades because they've been ignored. And while we'll spend billions of dollars to help foreign countries, we don't spend a fucking nickel to try to fix all these really damaged and fucked up inner cities where people are growing up with this heightened sense of despair. It never gets any better. Everyone around you is either involved in crime or affected by crime. There's drug dealing and violence and gang violence, and this is your reality. And the only way to get social cred is to become a shooter, to become somebody who's capable of doing the horrific things that you're seeing all around you.
And then if I'm looking for an argument for me to say how dangerous firearms are, I just automatically grab gun violence in its entirety and don't understand or break down. I don't take that one extra minute to go a layer deep to understand what the real numbers look like. But I'll just take those mass aggregates and be like, oh yeah, look at all this. Like, no man, like 65% of that's suicide, and a lot of this is gang violence. A whole bunch of it is law enforcement. Like, yeah, it's lame.
It's
Nuance,
a lame
it's
blanket.
gone.
Yeah, it's a lame blanket to throw over gun violence. Mass shootings are fucking horrific. But you know what's also considered mass shootings when they talk about the amount of mass shootings is when gangs get together and shoot at each other. Yeah. That's a mass shooting because there's more than one people shot, and there's more. It's just. But the bottom line about all of it is we keep looking at one aspect of the problem, which is the amount of guns. We're not looking at the mental health aspect of it. You hear no legislation or no programs that are being implemented and put into place to try to reach out to people and help people that have been bullied, that are filled with despair, and they don't have an out. They feel like their life is over before it's even begun.
Yeah. First, if you're out there, I love you. If you've been bullied, I'm sorry, but find one of us because we'll talk to you.
Yeah.
There's hope. Tomorrow's going to be better. But
It's
it's
hard to believe that while it's happening
Yeah.
to you, when you feel like your world is over.
I've like personally experienced that. You know, like I've had. I was in Morro Bay, California. Took all my clothes off. And swam due west into the ocean. You know, I had a couple of women pregnant. I thought I might have HIV. You know, I lost like my pro fight. You know, like dark moment, and swam a mile, 2 miles out into the fog. And
Jesus Christ.
treading water in this cold water, and I'm in the fog now. Like I couldn't see the rock anymore. I couldn't hear the waves anymore. I have no idea which way the coast is. And I just had to sit there and tread water. It was one of the scariest moments of my life. And the coldness, man, I wanted to live so bad. I wasn't thinking about killing myself. You know, like I just needed a moment. You know, I needed a baptism. I needed to be like a phoenix rising from the
You
ashes.
swam a mile out?
At least, yeah. I mean, I'm a good swimmer. My dad was an Olympic level swimmer. We grew up swimming at a
Yeah, but ocean swimming's a motherfucker.
Yeah, especially in Morro Bay. If you're south, if you're on the north side of that rock, the current from the south side of the rock through the breakers. I mean, it's some powerful current. And you know, I swam for about 45 minutes. So that's a mile and a half at least. And so I'm just treading water in the fog, butt ass naked. And thank God, somebody saw me walk into the water. And Morro Bay is like a retirement city. And so I'm just imagining. I never knew who it was. This old woman went and called the Coast Guard. And the Coast Guard boat, this is one of the earliest chapters of my book, is describing, like this is kind of 9/11 happened very shortly after that and woke me up as to I need to do something. And this Coast Guard boat comes up, and this captain has his like legs dangling off the side of the boat. He's like, "Hey, what are you doing down there?" And like my arrogance as a young man, you're like, our frontal lobe not developed clearly
Right.
at this moment. I'm like, I'm swimming. He's like, no shit. Like even in that moment, I'm a sarcastic little prick. He's like, so what's going on? So I give him like a summary, a little executive summary of my life right now. He's
Were you
like,
still in the water? Or?
I'm still in the water. He's just talking to me as I'm treading water. And I give him the update, and he's like, man, I was going to offer you to get out of the drink, but quite frankly, I'd just stay down there. I'm like, oh my God, what a dick, right? And I was like, yeah, but it's real cold. And he like leans over, and he's like, I see that. I'm like, you are, like, it's just these mental punches of me treading water. I've been out here for 45 minutes, 53-degree water, in the fog. You know, thank God he didn't run over me. And he's like, I'm only offer one time if you want to get out of that water. I was like, I want to get out of the water. So he throws down one of those cargo nets off the side of the boat. My hands could barely work. You know, like I clamber up the side of the boat with like little claw hands. And he put one of those navy wool blankets. They're green, and it's just like pure wool. And it felt like millions of little needles stabbing me in my back. And it was like the most wonderful feeling. You know, so I sympathize to that feeling of darkness, but I also have seen the other side of it. And I wanted to live so bad. And feeling all that pain all over my back, like it was the most wonderful feeling to know I'm alive. You know, and so I get what that darkness feels like, but I also know how beautiful life is after that.
Like you could have died out there.
For sure.
Very easily.
Yeah.
Very easily.
Yeah.
And if you didn't get rescued by the Coast Guard and and the fog didn't lift.
Yeah, I don't believe in God or whatever I do, but I know there's no way to describe why I'm not dead. When you go through my life and you read moments like this, you're just like, this is not possible. You know, from Afghanistan, you know, just this last August, to Ukraine, to combat tours, you know, getting blown up in Afghanistan, and, you know, multi-day gunfights, periods of time where I'm like crawling on the ground trying to find a magazine that has bullets in it because I've run out of bullets. When you start going through this, you're just like, this is, but moments like that, you know, God's pretty rad. Thanks, man.
Do you think you're fortunate, or do you think that there's really like a plan out there for you? Do you think that you are doing enough good work that somehow or another this is either predestined or you're just making the best out of it as it goes along and you decide that it's predestined? Like,
Yeah, I mean, back to confirmation bias, right? Like I can have my beliefs, and I'm looking for examples that support that construct. But I think objectively, if you take a step back and you look into every religion, you know, and if we're looking at karma, people that do good and you see good that comes back to them, however that happens, I believe that like I know what I'm supposed to be doing here. You know, I'm supposed to be equipping and training people to be able to preserve and protect human life. Like I know that.
You're not just doing that. You're also making people better humans, and that I think is as much of a part of it as anything. Is that in doing that, in training and equipping people to take care of themselves and to protect life, and training people in martial arts, you're making better humans. They become better human.
Yeah.
Some people don't want to hear that because they don't want to do the work. So they don't want to hear that that makes you a better human. But guess what? It does.
It does.
It does.
Yeah.
We're both examples of it. We both have.
You're a really bad, horrible person for a while. You know, you hear like you've talked about it many times, and anybody that knows me, like I carry a ton of shame and humiliation over periods of my life, and when I talk to somebody that knew me back then, I'm like, oh man. So
well, every young man is just filled with ego and anger. And, you know, you could go and take that anger and channel it in the worst ways possible and ruin a bunch of people's lives. Or you can find martial arts and become an inspiration and help a lot of people and become a better human being. And that's what's happened to both of us. And it's happened to countless people that we know. Yeah. Every fucking manly man that I know has had anger issues and has had ego issues and has had all these things that we call toxic masculinity, all these things that befall so many men, because there's a long history of men fighting in wars, protecting families, hunting and gathering, and needing to have this ability to perform violence and this ability to be aggressive. Yeah. And with no channel of that, you can get off the fucking rails pretty easy.
Real easily.
Real easy.
But then you look at these, these giant, the Jocko Willinks, and the Glover Teixeiras. There's not a nicer human than Glover.
Right.
You know, like the kindest, sweet. He and I trained together when he was a purple belt. When he first came to the United States, first time that he had his crappy little visa, and walked into the pit and was at slow kickboxing, just mopping the mats with all of us. Now, I was at the time, we would have to drive from San Luis Obispo to Santa Barbara to train with the closest purple belt.
Wow.
You know, like.
So this has got to be like early 90s then, right?
Yep. Mid 90s.
Glover was the boogeyman for like 6 years because he couldn't get into the United States. For 6 years, he was the scariest guy in the 205-pound division that wasn't in the UFC.
Yep.
And I was always keeping an eye on him. I was always like, when are we going to get Glover into the UFC? And then he got into the UFC, and I don't know if Kyle Kingsbury was his first fight, but it was one of his first fights.
I was there for that.
And I watched him maul Kyle. I was like, holy fuck, is this guy good?
Yeah.
Which goes to show you how goddamn good John Jones is. Because John Jones was the first guy to shut him down inside the octagon.
I mean, John's the best to ever do it.
He's one of them. You know, I mean, my GOAT list is pretty long because I don't think you could say there's one guy that's the best. Because, like, Khabib never even got challenged. I mean, it's hard to not. I mean, Khabib didn't fight as many people as John did. He didn't defend his title as many as John did. But Khabib, Michael Johnson was the only one to even crack him. Yep. Michael Johnson tagged him one time, and he beat the fuck out of Michael Johnson in that fight. You remember when he's on top of him?
Yeah, he's like telling him.
Yeah, you know I'm supposed to fight for a title. Yeah. You know I'm supposed to. Like,
he was talking to him.
Give up
I think
now.
He was talking.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to hurt you. Just stop.
And he was saying, give up now. And he got him in a Kimura. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, will you fucking tap? Because it got so far back. I'm waiting for that snap that we've all seen so many times. Like the Frank Mir, Nogueira. Oh, the Jacare one.
Arm never comes back from
that
it.
That upper arm snap is fucking horrific, man. There's something about that one when they get the Kimura. Oh.
I did it standing in combat to a guy that tried to grab some stuff off my kit. And the Kimura is like the best technique to defend if somebody's trying to take stuff off of you. Like law enforcement, it's one of the first techniques that they should learn about how to keep their weapon on them, right? Lock the wrist, reach over, grab their own wrist, bring their wrist back behind their head. And in like a snap, I break literally every bone in his whole entire arm and dislocate his shoulder, and his collarbone snaps as his face hits the wall, and it breaks all the bones in his face. You know, you know, I have grenades and flashbangs and knives and a gun all on my body armor, so you can't take that stuff. But like, it was that fast. His whole arm, he'll never use again. It's wild.
Yeah, it's such an effective. Yeah, it's a horrific. When Frank Mir did it to Nogueira, I'll never forget that. When you know it, and it goes over, just
yeah.
And he just like Nogueira's like laying there, like looking at his arm and
heartbreaking.
Woo! Yeah.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
I'm never going to experience that. I'm going to tap way early.
Yeah.
Oh, don't show
There
it.
it is.
What are you doing to us, Jamie? Oh, man.
That's not even the worst one. The Frank Mir's broken a few arms. The worst one, in my opinion, was the Tim Sylvia one when he snapped his forearm.
Yeah.
Because he bends his forearm backwards. Here it is. So
he was kind of on the Frank.
Yeah. So Frank gets on top, and when Frank gets on top, this is the arm. Is that right arm? Yeah, get ready.
He had
nasty.
great like submission power. You know, you have
There it is. He's got it. So Nogueira, in trying to advance position, he left that arm out there. Here it comes.
no.
Here it comes. And as he rolls him over twice. That's right. It's right here.
I'm like flexing my whole body.
Snap!
Woo! I can't breathe.
Oh,
That's uncomfortable.
That's horrific. Because that's
That made my palms sweat.
yeah. That arm's never the same again.
No.
It's never gonna
And
be the same again.
Nogueira's so nice.
Yeah,
He's such a gem.
he's such a gem. But that arm has a giant scar, like
Forever.
a fish getting gutted.
You have never broken a bone?
Really?
No.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Not even a hand?
Nope.
Wow.
Yep.
That's crazy.
And
how's that possible?
I don't know if it's like John Hackelman, old school. You know, we'd hit boards sometimes. You
Yeah.
know, we'd hit bags without gloves sometimes. I know boxing coaches right now are like, don't listen to Tim. You know, keep your gloves and wraps on. But like,
There's something to that.
there is something to that.
Yeah.
I've never broken my hand in any way.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What? Do you ever use makiwara?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's something real about that for sure. I mean, you see the giant calluses that people build up on their knuckles. I mean, that's got to.
And the early martial arts, you know, I had Shotokan karate in there. I had, you know, Japanese jiu-jitsu. I had taekwondo. So there was like lots of form strikes, boards, and all those things just developed. Where
Amazing that you've never broken anything.
my
That's
early
crazy.
fights, I wouldn't wrap.
Really?
Yeah.
You just put the gloves
I
over?
just put the gloves on, and you know, I probably had 20 or 30 fights. You know, on Indian reservations, kind of pre-real sanctioning.
Yeah.
Before states were allowing MMA.
What was the logic? That there's less padding?
No, I like to feel and grip and grab. You know, I didn't have like the Winklejohns and the Gibsons to wrap my hands perfect like they do now. You know, like early fighting, we would literally use like boxing wraps and then tape our hands. We didn't know any better. So I was like, I can't grab like this, you know, and I definitely can't punch like this. So I'd rather wear, you know, I have big hands. I'd rather wear like a medium-sized glove that I just have to force my hand in. I'm wearing a smaller glove, so my hand can get into different angles, and I definitely can grab a lot easier.
Yeah.
So like, I just liked it.
Have you ever thought of the argument that we should have no gloves?
Yeah.
Because I'm with that up until I saw the bare knuckle boxing and people's faces get destroyed.
Yeah.
I'm like, God damn. Like, when you see Chris Lieben, did you see Chris Lieben's face after one of his fights? It looks like he got attacked with a hatchet.
Yeah. Even like Chad Mendez, you know, he dominated that whole entire fight.
Yeah.
You know, he comes out, he had a couple of cuts, you know, he's swollen up. But I love it. And I love...
It's just weird that you can kick someone in the face with your shins. You can elbow someone in the face with your elbows. No covering or protection at all. Those things are both much harder than your hands.
Yep.
You could kick things pretty fucking hard with your shin, or you could never hit them like that. Like, just think of like shin-on-shin contact when people crack shins together. It's horrible. But if you hit your hand on a shin like that, it's probably going to break.
Yeah.
So why is it that you can protect your hands with a wrap? And it's like it gives you an unrealistic expectation of what the hands are capable of doing.
Yeah. I think because it prolongs action.
I guess.
You get more violence. You get more punchy.
I guess. it's just like there's some things that are unrealistic.
Yeah.
Like one thing I do like, and it's very controversial, but I like ONE FC's policy of strikes on the ground. You can knee to the head on the ground.
I love it. My favorite, Jason Mayhem Miller. We had 2 fights against each other. The first one, we were allowed to, like, pride rules. You know, soccer kicks, knees to the head.
Where
on the
was
ground.
that in? What organization?
It was ECC, Elite Cage Fighting Championship. Wild 8-man tournament. We had Dennis Kang, Jason Mayhem Miller, Ryan.
Dennis Kang was a bad
He
motherfucker.
was bad.
He was a bad motherfucker.
That was the
forgot
one
about him.
Oh, I did not.
For a long time,
He
that
was my
dude
8-man
a
tournament.
Bad motherfucker.
Yep. He was so good.
Never
Pancrase.
quite made it to that championship level, but there were some years where Dennis Kang was a fucking straight up killer.
Yes, he was. And in that 8-man tournament, he's a killer. That fight mopped the mat with Jason Mayhem Miller. You know, just crushed him on the ground, knees to the head, soccer kicks to the head. You know, he's trying to fight off his back, and I'm just like eating his legs up. He shoots a crappy shot. You know, a little snap down. I'm a north-south, you know, as he's belly down, just dropping knees to the sides of it and top of his head. One fight, you know, then fast forward 2 years. I think we're the same person, slightly different rule set. And it's proper MMA. And, you know, I lose a split decision. But you see us in almost the exact same positions with the same, but I just wasn't allowed to do damage in half the positions. It's weird to like,
Well, it's like what you're talking about with the combatives training, that like if I can tap you in the head with a gun, that's not good,
Nope.
right? And if you're in a position where I could knee you in the head, I feel like that should be implemented. I feel like we're getting an unrealistic idea of what's possible in these positions.
I gotta put my hand on the ground. Oh, you can't touch me.
Did you see Mighty Mouse's fight where he got KO'd with a knee to the ground in ONE FC?
Yep.
I think ONE FC has a better rule set in that regard.
I do too.
But I also don't like cages. I think they should fight in a large open area, because there's a thing about a cage that allows you to get back up to your feet.
Yeah.
It also allows you to take guys down. I think much more realistic is like if you can have a basketball game and you can have it on this big ass fucking basketball court, why can't you have 2 guys stand in the middle of that big ass basketball court, mat that fucker up, everybody gets a clear view.
Yeah, I was undefeated in the smaller cage. So anytime I
can't get away.
I know, you know, like I would chase, you know, like Luke Rockhold. You watch that fight, we're in the big cage, and I'm chasing him around the whole entire fight, and he's just like peppering me with good footwork and outside strikes, you know. And then we get to the little cage with Melvin Manhoff and Robbie Lawler. Both of those fights were in little cages, and you watch how that fight went down. You know, like I just like a pit bull on top of him, then I just mauled him. And totally different. Like you give Robbie an extra 5 feet of circumference, like that dude's going to be blasting you from the outside in that southpaw with that nasty cross the whole entire fight. No, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, people forget that you had this long career in like so many. You fought in so many organizations before you got to the UFC.
Well, I was running from the UFC.
You're running from them?
Yeah.
In what way?
I was making so much more money.
Oh.
Not fighting for my first fight in the UFC. I made half the money that I made in my fight, the one fight before that.
Really?
Yeah, half.
Wow.
And zero sponsor money. And you know, like peak
by the
sponsor
time
money.
You came in, was Reebok already in place? Were the no sponsor money?
No sponsor money.
That
Hodger
thing...
Gracie was my first fight in the UFC. I had one fight.
Was Hodger in the UFC or was that in Strikeforce?
No, Hodger was my first fight in the UFC.
I forgot Hodger fought in the UFC. Wow.
Super scary moment when I shot a crappy single leg and he took my back. And I had Hodger Gracie on my back.
Yeah.
This is not according to plan. Like Greg Jackson's like, "You're dumb, Tim. You're so dumb. Why did you do that? You're not supposed to do this." Yeah.
How did you wind up with Jackson's? Like, what led you to be over there?
I mean, I was really torn between going with Bob Cook and AKA or going to Jackson. It was, you know, I think it was when I lost to Jacare. It was a really close fight. I really thought I won. I won on every measurable matrix, but I had a big swollen closed eye, and Greg was there, and Greg was like, you know, you really missed real key moments in preparation and kind of how you executed your game plan. And I was like, yeah, you're not wrong. You know, he's like, you need to be in a real fight camp. like I can help introductions. I can literally connect you with American Top Team. I was friends with Bob Cook, and I thought about going to California, but I had so much baggage and bad decisions from when I lived in California that I thought it would be a bad idea for me to go back there. So I was looking for the real professional big fight camp, and Jackson and I are just really similar to Danaher now. Like I just really appreciate that intellectual approach to martial arts, and it wasn't just fighting. It wasn't sweat and staff on the mat. It was like, hey, let's take a moment and think about what we're doing here as a martial artist. So that just really jived with me.
Thank God for those camps. Thank God for people like Dan Lambert that dump a ton of money into a place like American Top Team. I think it's like, where would the sport be if it wasn't for those outliers, those people who decide? I mean, I don't know what kind of fucking headaches are involved in running something like Jackson Winklejohn, but it must be nuts. It must be nuts. You're dealing with 100 savages. You got Russians coming in here, and guys coming in that are kickboxers, and guys coming in that are wrestlers, and everyone's beating the shit out of each other, and you're trying to see what cream is going to rise to the top.
I don't want to do it.
Fuck that.
No, but my jiu-jitsu gym is like proper traditional. Like everybody wears white gis, except
Nice.
you got one day where you get to wear your competition blue gi if you want, but it's a white gi gym. Like we're old school, bowing at the beginning of the class, bowing at the end of class, and everybody's like checking fingernails. Everybody got deodorant. It is like a really
good.
nice, clean.
Checking fingernails is good.
Yeah.
BJ Penn. BJ Penn's got some talent.
He's running for governor.
Yes, he might win, man. They love him.
Yeah.
Hawaii loves BJ Penn.
I listened to a couple of interviews of him recently, and he's my era of MMA, and some of my peers from that era have struggled with TBI and CTE, and you hear it and how they talk, and they struggled being entrepreneurs. They're like second life after fighting.
Right.
Miller, great example of how traumatic and dangerous with substance abuse and violence. And BJ sounds great.
Yeah.
And he was articulate. He had, on back to issues, he was like talking specifically about issues. I know the Hawaii party system's weird because you kind of just have to be like only one party's going to be voted, so you have degrees of one party. And he had just talking about issues. I was like, all right, BJ.
Yeah, he's got a very good grasp on the problems in Hawaii. He thought about it for a long time before he ran. And when he was on the podcast, he was talking very specifically about problems that they face and why those problems exist and what he thinks he could do about it.
Yeah, one of a guy that works with me at Sheepdog Response. His name's Yako. Great black belt, like super talented, very Yako Kalili, and he has a large Hawaiian family, and some of his kids he's adopted, and just how poor some areas of Hawaii are and how little resources they have for substance abuse. And like he's just a great human, and he's a real martial artist, and he just did the right thing and taking care of. He just has a beautiful family. But he's a great example of all of the things that are broken about Hawaii. I was with Tulsi in New York last week. We were talking. She loves politics, and she's pretty passionate about all of them. But listening to her talk about broken Hawaii, man, it's just like it's tough.
It's tough. There's a lot of poverty and a lot of drugs and a lot of crime. And what is she gonna do now?
I asked her that, and
she's keeping her cards tight to her vest.
She is.
Yeah.
And she's like, right now I'm just kind of doing this. She was doing like the media tour, so I think she did like 10 TV shows last week. Got to go to dinner with her, and it was fun because we talked. We went to this Indian restaurant in New York. I did a signing at the Barnes and Noble, and we come across the street and have dinner with her in this Indian restaurant. It took us 4.5 hours to get our food. And normally I would have been outraged, but instead I got to spend 4.5 hours with Tulsi and just talk. We talked.
Did they go to the store and buy the ingredients?
They had to have.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah. We talked counter human trafficking. We talked, school shootings. We talked, her career, and it was just fun to. She and I do not agree on a lot of a lot of things. And it's fun to be with somebody that you don't agree with, and the cream rises to the top, and the better ideas as we kind of flush these out. And it was cool because we were both doing a lot of media. I think the next morning I was on Fox and Friends, and you never know what people are going to ask you, like whatever hot button topic they're looking for a soundbite. So, the night before, her and I are just kind of running through all of these ideas and these problems, and it's something that I wish all Americans did more frequently.
Yeah.
Oh, you disagree with me?
Right.
Like, I don't hate you, but I want to talk to you.
What do you guys disagree about?
Foreign policy.
She's a non-interventionalist foreign
Yep.
policy.
Yep. Yeah, and I'm definitely like an American first, strong foreign presence. We pulled out of Ukraine. The military, the special forces, goes all over the world and trains militaries, and it not just better equips and better trains that military, but it also creates opportunities for we have connections. I like the Czech Republic. I deployed with the Czech Republic with their special forces, and horrible gunfights, wild rides, and those are friends that until we die, I will love those guys for forever. Then I go back to the Czech Republic. I go to their special forces base and teach some human intelligence courses and do like this exchange of information. Eastern Europe, they had some different tactics than we used. So like this cool cross-pollination of ideas and tactics and tradecraft. And then I come back and I bring those back to my unit, and some of those stay. And but those relationships are built. When we left Ukraine, that training, those relationships, and those contacts don't exist. So us coming in now, trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to help you guys? We're like starting cold. It's like a cold call to do a sale. How difficult is that to then go to somebody that you're at the gym with all the time and you talk to? And you're like, dude, I just got this new thing. It's an awesome, pre-workout. Two totally different experiences and success.
When were we in Ukraine?
We were there. I mean, I think we were all the way up to 2016. So the agreements that the U.S. government has with those countries, there's lots of different levels of them. What kind of participation and collaboration we're going to have, and sometimes some special operations can even come to the United States and go to our special forces. Like they can go through our training, and like they can, as if they're earning a Green Beret, go through every single phase and learn how we plan and how our tactics are. Like these are really good allies that we're going to be aligned with forever. British, Australian. If at Ranger School, you'll see German infantry officers, and you'll see Australian SAS guys. It's rad. And then they bring that back to their respective countries, and all, with rising tides, all ships will be raised. That kind of approach too. So Tulsi and I don't agree on where we should be. That's cool. We got to talk through a little bit of it.
At least it's a discussion.
Yeah.
What's fascinating with me about her is how the left is completely ignoring her. Although she was a Democratic congresswoman for 8 years, but the right has her on everything with full total respect, knowing she's a Democrat. It's so interesting.
Yeah.
Like one of the things that's been very strange about this whole polarization between the two-party system in America is how the right will allow people to come on that they disagree with and talk to, and they'll talk to them respectfully, and they don't attack them. Whereas if I watch a person who's a right-wing person who gets on CNN or MSNBC, they're getting attacked.
Non-stop.
That's the only way. There's never a civil discussion where you're allowed to agree to disagree or have a discussion about why you disagree.
I think it has a lot to do with the reason that you end up being, my beliefs and my ideas. I'm always looking for an opposing or a conflicting idea, which will either make my beliefs more sound, or I'll have to take a second look at them because there's something wrong with it.
Yes.
And somebody like that is naturally going to be subscribing to, maybe more conservative ideals than over here, where like this is my belief system, and I don't, as an isolationist, like I don't, with my ideas, I don't want anybody to disagree with me. And like, but I also with Tulsi and Bill Maher,
Yeah.
they're Democrats.
Yeah.
And now I think a lot of Democrats are looking at them like, are you guys Republicans?
Yeah. Exactly.
No, you're not. You're still Democrats, but the outlier fringe of that party has left them. Like the line of rational just moved so much further away, and where like a Bill Maher and a Tulsi Gabbard are now like centrists.
Well, they're considered centrist, but some people say they're far right.
That's
It's
crazy.
nuts. I've heard people say like Bill Maher has adopted a far right ideology. Like what?
No.
I've seen it. But that's just Twitter. Twitter is a goddamn mental health. You want to have mental health problems? That's the center of mental health problems in this country. What's unique to me is that I think probably what happened was the response from Donald Trump. The response to Donald Trump being president, he was so polarizing, and he attacked people in a way that was so non-presidential, and the way he would behave was so non-presidential that's just his thing. When someone comes after him, he comes back at them even harder.
Yeah.
But when you're the president and you do that, it just gets everybody's panties in a wad.
Yeah.
And he's just fucking taking gallons of gasoline and chucking it on the fire. And so when they got rid of him and they got him out of there, they're like, we got to make sure this never happens again.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it's going to happen again. It's going to happen again. He's coming back. He might even win. But this polarization has like hardened them. The thing with Trump, because of Trump's behavior, the way he communicates, which I just think is a terrible way to communicate as a president. But if you're his supporter, you love it. You're like, yeah, stick it to him. Finally, someone sticks up for us. And so it's like, yeah, I get your feelings. I understand why you would love that. And I understand that he's right about many things. There's a crazy video that's out there that shows all the things that Donald Trump predicted if Joe Biden gets in office and how all of them have taken place. Have you seen that video?
No.
I'm going to send it to Jamie because it's so wild. It's so wild. You watch it play out and you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Because it's so crazy that it's that blatant that like you would think like, wait a minute, is this theatrical? I mean, this is crazy.
But at a point we're a two-party system with nearly 50-50 split down the middle. At no point would I, in that presidential position, like your job is to try to bring as many people from each respective side together.
Yeah, bring everybody together.
That not his approach?
No, he doesn't. That's why it's so not. It's not how a leader behaves. Like he's got a huge ego, and that's what's led him to this amazing amount of success that he's had. But that huge ego, once he gets into a position of power, here, play this from the beginning and give me some volume.
Before I took office, there were a lot of folks out there making some pretty bold predictions about how things would turn out.
Hold on, stop for a second. This video does not sound like that. It sounds fine. What's coming through the computer? Why is that happening? Because I played it today on my phone and it sounded perfect.
They're coming for your guns, they're coming for your jobs, and they're coming for your freedom. They hate American energy, and Joe Biden will shut it all down. He's going to.
If I became president,
Biden's elected, he will wipe out your energy industry.
another prediction that is my favorite one, I must add, is that if I got elected,
Gas prices going $5, $6, $7 for a gallon. Flood your communities with criminal aliens, drugs, and crime while they live behind beautiful gated compounds. They try to take away your guns, Second Amendment, they want to take it away. While they enjoy private security that's fully armed.
I never understood that one.
To spend trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars, and defending foreign borders.
For all those predictions of doom and gloom 6 months in, here's where we stand.
You want to use the word recession or depression?
Think of the single mom, totally put food on the table each month.
You know, it's sad.
So if your primary concern right now is inflation,
We could stop it in 30 minutes.
when I took office,
He finally went outside. He went to get an ice cream.
look, the bottom line is this.
I say you're not doing a very good job.
This was
He can't
campaigning
take any
pre-election?
questions now from the press.
Yeah.
Wow.
There was him campaigning pre-election and what is actually taking place.
Before I took office.
I mean, it's just,
Uncomfortable.
it's wild. And what's interesting is even CNN is starting to push back against it. Like Don Lemon was interviewing the woman who is the new press secretary for the White House.
Yeah.
And he was asking, is Joe Biden going to be fit for 2024? And she's like, he's fine. He's great. Like, what are you talking about? And you're watching him and you're going, what the fuck are you talking about? He's definitely not. That's not true. Like, you know that's not true. Like, you're gaslighting us.
Yeah, I saw Ocasio-Cortez asked if she would support the president in a 2024 run, and she's like, let's talk about the issues that we're trying to fix right now, and they're like, so would you support the president? You didn't answer me. That's what the journalist asked her, and she's like, we have issues right now that we need to address first, and then she let her off, but yeah, crazy. It's gonna be wild.
Well, it's
2020, or we got midterms right now.
yeah.
I don't know.
I wonder what's going to happen. But it's like there's no clear shining example of what we really need.
No.
You know?
I mean, unity would be nice.
Yeah.
I wish it was so much more about the issue than the individual, where we could talk about all of the issues and find the candidate that has the best solution for those interviews.
That's just crazy talk.
Not you.
Who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
It would be nice.
Yeah.
But, I think there's also the giant problem of money in politics. It's just, unless you remove that, unless it really is for the people, then you got a bunch of people that are getting people to do things. Once they get into office, it's going to benefit their bottom line.
Yep.
And that's what we have here. We have a corrupt system. We've agreed that it's okay if it's corrupt as long as we, write it down.
Yeah.
As long as we know that it's legal corruption.
The that Ukraine bill, the $40 billion
Yeah.
that got put. Everybody's like, oh, the corruption over there, and I was like, I'm like, we can't throw stones
Right.
from where we are in our glass house of corruption,
Yeah.
where you have a senator that makes whatever $200,000 and is worth $40 million.
Yeah. No, she's worth a lot more than that.
I wasn't saying any individual.
Nancy Pelosi?
No, I wasn't.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
That's
I am.
another great example.
Yeah. She's worth hundreds of millions. And
But she's never
she
done
has-
anything besides public service.
Do you know that she's better at stock trading than Warren Buffett or George Soros? Like, she's got a better record than
That's
any of those
impossible.
guys. Those guys are professionals.
All they have done is been rich and make themselves
Yes.
richer.
And she's better at it by a good margin. By a good margin.
That's not good.
And it's weird.
Is it
Because,
weird?
like, she knows about things before they happen. It's almost like it's insider trading, Tim Kennedy.
Almost. I would never
You
ever
can't
make
say
that
that.
accusation, though.
Well, it's hilarious. I'm sure you've seen the interview where they asked her, what do you think about stopping Congress from members of Congress from trading stocks? Like, oh,
Can we just do term limits and not let them get rich while in office from how they vote?
there should be some measures that are put into place. But the problem is then we'd get even less qualified people that want to be president and less qualified people that want to be congressman. If they didn't think that there was some sort of financial incentive, there's zero financial incentive. All you're doing is being a civil servant. Boy,
I like that, though.
I like it too, but I just think, but they're also going to crawl up your ass with a microscope and find out who you fucked when you were in high school. Like,
Yeah.
it's just,
Politics are out for me.
oh my God, it's the amount of chaos that's involved. And there's nothing that seems to be like a clear solution to fix any of that. It just seems to be like we're just going to complain about it. And it's going to be chaotic till the Chinese take over.
Don't say that. Why would you say that, Joe? Take that back. Take that back.
Well, they already got John Cena. Once they got John Cena, I was
We're
like,
already
oh my God.
the same group that obviously was in Afghanistan, Save Our Allies. Did you read about Benji Hall?
No.
So he was a journalist with Fox News that got blown up in Ukraine, and a couple of journalists that were with him died, and he was horrifically injured. Our organization, Save Our Allies, was the group that went in and found him, rescued him, saved his life, and then got him out of Ukraine and into American level medical care, and then all the way. He's currently in Bamsey, like right here in San Antonio, and first, it is so cool that journalists are brave like that to go into Kabul, to go into Ukraine, to go down to the border, and to see what is really happening down there. It's like little nod to them. And but that guy, no painkiller after he is very, very seriously injured. His family haven't seen the wounds, so like I'm not going to explain them. But tourniquets on for hours, and he has to make it through all these checkpoints, and this is like peak invasion, and they're able to get him out of Ukraine and save his life. And like that ground team from Save Our Allies that was so creative, and how they literally went into the front lines, grabbed this journalist, dead bodies around him, got him medical care, and then got him out of the country and before he died. And that Benji Hall, you're a badass.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty rad.
There's a lot of badasses out there. As much as we want to talk about people that are fat and lazy and soft in this country, there is a large number of fucking incredible human beings that are here.
I'm surrounded by them. I talk about wanting America to be more healthy and fitter and stronger and individually responsible and able to secure a school, be able to protect your kids. I fully believe that we need to be better, and we're the weakest that we've ever been. But I'm like surrounded by, in the military, in my position there, I'm just surrounded by the best and most brilliant men that have ever existed. Like, these guys are so incredible. And then the guys that I work with at Sheepdog Response, their heart as servants, teaching teachers, teaching law enforcement, teaching civilians that just want to be better mothers and fathers to be able to protect themselves and their families. Like, how rad is it that they've dedicated their whole entire lives to this idea? Like, they'll teach 14-hour days, they'll come back into the office, start cleaning all the weapons, start cleaning the mats, mopping, sanitizing, to do it all again the next day. Like, it's so humbling to see how many great humans there are out there, and we so often just like focus at the bad, at the expense of the good never being recognized.
Well, I think for a lot of people, they're just surrounded by the bad, and that's what they look to as a benchmark. Unfortunately, they don't have access to the type of people that you're around. And if they did, they would judge themselves in comparison. It's just a thing that people do automatically. You imitate your atmosphere, and if your atmosphere is filled with beasts, and these guys are just putting in the work every day, and if you want the kind of respect that they get from you, you got to put in that kind of work too, and rising tide lifts all boats.
That's right.
And everybody gets in it together. And you come out of the other end, you're better because of that, because, iron sharpens iron, and that's just how it goes.
So important.
So
like, just go and do it. The Scars and Stripe, this book, the whole reason, like, we dropped it right now, is in this editorialized, curated existence where, Instagram, I'm using a filter to make myself look good. That whole book is about failure and struggle and every single one of the mistakes that I ever made. It is not this self-ejaculating memoir of like why I'm this amazing person. It is all the reasons that I'm not. It's all of the reasons why it is normal for us to struggle. It is normal for you to not be able to deadlift that 500 pounds unless you have conditioned yourself and failed and pushed yourself so your body in adaptation is able to do it. And we think exclusively physically when we talk about adaptation, but like your soul and your brain and the total human condition is all part of it.
Yeah.
You have to struggle. You have to see failure. I've failed at business. Now I have great businesses. I've failed at relationships, and the pain of that failure like hurt. Being a 10-year-old in wrestling for the first time and getting pinned in my first match and having to stand up in that gymnasium, that big, huge Atascadero gymnasium, and my dad is sitting right there. I could still see him right here on the side of the mat, and that my head hung in shame as the other guy gets his hand lifted. In wrestling, it's just so fast. Just hand goes up, but the echoes of that failure just are resounding in my head as I have to walk single elimination. My tournament's over.
Yeah.
And if I had not experienced that failure, there's no way you'd see me fight for world titles. There's no way I'd become a black belt. If you took that moment away from me and I got a participation trophy and we both got our hands raised, that moment's gone.
Right.
And it is so important. And you apply that with everything. Like I stick my hand on a stove, I burn my hand. I learn not to put my hand on the stove. And that's that pain, and that's that process of failure that we are taking that away from this generation.
Yeah. It needs to be ingrained. They need to understand that it's a benefit. You have to look at those failures and go, you have fuel now.
Yeah.
You have fuel, and you can decide to ignore it, and you can decide to wallow in the shame of loss, or you can be far better because of this, because there's nothing that motivates you like humiliation.
No. If you're out of shape, I'm never going to make fun of a fat person walking to the gym. So proud that you're there, right? But I will look at you walking into a Krispy Kreme and making another conscious decision about what your lifestyle looks like, where I'm going to have to pay for your health care in a few years.
Yeah.
Like those are two very different things. I'll embrace you. I will help you program. I will help you diet. People walking through my doors, some of them have never held a firearm in their life. They don't know the first thing about situational awareness. They don't know where to park. They don't understand that they should park towards the front of the parking lot underneath a light, and that they see somebody with their window down, the engine off, and they're sitting there smoking a cigarette with the backed in, and they're looking at everybody walking through the parking lot. Maybe that person might try to mug you as you get out of your car. Maybe, and it is these complete new ideas to them, and watching their brains start firing, seeing these things for the first time, explaining why profiling and generalizing when it comes to protecting your own life is useful, and how the sixth sense is a real thing. Like that feeling where, did that guy look at me weird? In society, we're like, okay, no, I'm not gonna look at that guy and make any assumptions about him because it's culturally rude or inappropriate, and I'm gonna talk myself out of this, and then that guy assaults me. Like now this poor woman's been raped because she talked herself out of it. And we can train, and we can sharpen, we condition, and it is the most beautiful and magical thing to watch these people, teachers right now, just flooding, clamoring to us. And I cannot run enough courses, and you can see them starving. Like, they want to protect their students so bad. It's such a beautiful thing. I own a private school. I launched Apogee Strong and Apogee, our school, to address what's happening in schools and what's happening with our young men and women. And seeing parents walk in and being like, wait, I get to be involved in what happens with my own child's education? Yes, you do. Wait, my son has to exercise and keep a journal as to what books he's reading, and like, what? This is rad. And it is just the life. It is provided a second wind. I'm going to do this till the day I die. And I love seeing this realization that people can take control of their own destinies, especially around safety.
Well said. I'm glad you're out there, Tim Kennedy.
Love you, man. You too.
I love you too.
Can you keep doing this?
I think I'm gonna.
You gonna? Please?
I think I'm gonna keep doing it. Yeah.
Okay.
Scars and Stripes. It's available right now. It's everywhere. Audiobook. Did you read the audiobook?
I did.
Fuck yeah.
No, yeah, it was hard.
I bet. But you have to.
I cried. It took me a day to get through 3 paragraphs.
Oof.
Yeah. Audiobooks, man. That's why I'm never going to get in that stupid chamber you have in the back. Never going to do it. I just experienced a version of it. I'm a hard pass, man.
It's even different in that one.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, brother.
Yeah,
Appreciate you
thank
very
you.
much. Bye, everybody. Like, that's a guy that was under no illusion that John Gotti was innocent. And he was really good at getting him out. That's why they called him the Teflon Don. He kept getting him out.
Exactly. By the way, you mentioned earlier how horrific it is when you prosecute someone that you know is innocent. Of all the guests I've had on my show, probably the one that on a personal level affected me the most is I had a guy who spent 29 years in prison for a murder which he was eventually exonerated of. And I've included him in my latest book because I'm talking again about the recipe for the good life. And what amazed me about this guy is how non-filled with anger and hatred and a sense of retribution he had. And so I basically coined him, the new Buddha, because I was trying to put myself in his position. If you stole from me 29 years of my existence, and he was so poised and so truly like as if he's a saint. And I thought, you're a much better man than I am, because if I got out after you've stolen 29 years from me, I think I would want to burn the world down, because I would be
Third of your life,
and right and
if you're lucky.
yeah. So you might I'll send you the link if you ever have time. You should watch it, because this guy is the model by how we should live life, without having rancor in our heart. I mean, how forgiving he was is really incredible.
That's amazing. Yeah, it's a sneaky system. I've had Josh Dubin on. He's an ambassador for the Innocence Project, and he's a good friend of mine. I've had him on multiple times, and through this podcast, several people have actually been let out of jail because of the arguments that he made in this podcast, and cases reopened and people examining things. And
is there no end to your influence?
Well, it's his influence. I mean, I'm giving him the portal, but he's so selfless in his work and what he does to try to exonerate innocent people. And we've had fucking tear-filled conversations about this, because he's gotten people out that were immigrants, couldn't speak English well, or unfairly accused, and the prosecutors knew that this person was innocent, and they don't give a fuck. Once they have someone in the game, they're trying to win.
Right.
Like, once the game is going on, they don't say, hey, Your Honor, I think we're wrong. I think this guy's innocent, and I'm going to not try to prosecute him. And even though we're in court right now, I want to say that I'm on his side. No one does that.
Ego and careerism
Yes.
over truth. But so on the judicial point, are you for or against the death penalty?
If people were honest 100% of the time, I would be for the death penalty. People are not honest. And if you know what I know about the whole process of trying someone and convicting someone unfairly, about the way they withhold evidence, like we were talking about with Kamala Harris, including genetic evidence.
Right.
Like, they try to withhold evidence that would exonerate innocent people. If I didn't know that, I'd be for the death penalty.
So philosophically, you're
know.
not against it. It's
I am for killing
Yeah.
people who rape children. I'm
I was
for
gonna say
killing
exactly that.
killing people who murder your family, killing people who do horrible things. I'm all for removing dangerous people that are detrimental to society.
Bingo.
The problem is you don't know. You don't know, because we have a corrupt system. And not only do we have a corrupt system, but we have people that have existed inside this corrupt system for decades, and they're really fucking good at it.
So how about we do it very simply? If I'm going to set a criterion, if I find your DNA in or on the
No,
bodies
but you can't know, because someone could plant that. Even then, it becomes sketchy, because people have planted DNA evidence on innocent people. They've taken someone's innocent DNA, an innocent person's DNA, and planted it on a body in order to, to make it look like they committed a crime. That's possible.
So then, practically speaking, since there is no way to render that probability of malfeasance to zero, then practically you would never be for the death penalty.
I think it's so hard to know whether or not someone who is saying they're innocent, unless there's overwhelming evidence, unless you have their family members and all these people saying like Jeffrey Dahmer, right? Is a good example. Fucking monster. The guy was a monster,
Yeah.
clearly. There's a lot of cases of those. Ted Bundy. There's a lot of cases of those where people were fucking monsters. That makes sense. Remove them from society. But what about people that are unfairly executed, unfairly convicted, and then executed for crimes they didn't commit? That happens all the time.
So I think we can set the set of criteria that you must reach so that you would feel sufficiently convinced that it has assuaged the possibility that someone is planting.
Yes.
So
It has to be a Richard Ramirez type situation.
yeah.
It has to be someone.
the Night Stalker.
Yeah, there's so many people that are good people that get fucking railroaded,
Yeah.
and they wind up in jail, and they have poor representation, and maybe they can't read, and maybe they, they get fucked, and then they wind up getting executed, and the killer's loose and free. And that happens. That happens all the time. I don't know what percentage. Let's ask this. What do you think? I don't even know the statistics. What percentage of people who are executed turn up to actually be innocent?
I'm going to say no more than 5%, which is a pretty high number.
Pretty high number.
But
I would say you're probably right.
Yeah.
It's probably less than that. I would say it's probably less than 5%, but that's enough, man.
That's enough. Yeah.
That's a lot. You get 100 people, 5 of them
But-
you're going to murder.
But that's because the criteria.
4%. See, we're
God
close.
damn.
Fucking
How-
give me some knuckles, brother.
God damn.
Yeah, nailed it. Can I see that statistic, the way they say it? It says the study published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science determined that at least 4%
I love that.
of people on the death penalty, death row, were and are likely innocent.
Have been executed.
Oh, people
Oh.
have no doubt that some innocent people have been executed.
That's a different sentence.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's the same thing. It says people on death row,
Yeah.
or that have been accused, that have been convicted to the death penalty.
Yeah, but look,
That were innocent.
there have been cases of death penalty where it's based on eyewitness testimony. We know how unreliable that is.
Terrible.
So you
Yeah.
and I can set up the framework so that our exacting standards, so that nobody falls under 4%, could be met.
Yeah.
What I don't like is when you have people who say, under no conditions and no possible states of the world is it ever appropriate nor moral to kill someone. And I simply don't agree that that's
don't
part of
agree
our...
with you either.
Yeah.
Like Hitler? You're telling me you wouldn't want to execute
exactly.
Hitler?
Exactly.
It's crazy.
No, but
there's people that are egregious, right? There's people that their cases are so horrific that there's a moral imperative to remove them from the population.
Exactly right. And
Yeah.
I think the example that you gave with the children is that's
Yes.
where I would be.
You know, there's a story. There's a UFC fighter, who's one of the all-time greats, Cain Velasquez, and he's in jail now because there was a man who was working at the preschool who molested his 4-year-old 100 times or more. Like, they don't know how many times this
By the way,
person
that
did
number,
this.
before you go on, that number is an actual stat, which I may have mentioned on the show before, that the average pedophile, when they're caught, has up to 100 prior molestation, encounters.
Well, this guy got out on bail and was under house arrest, and Cain Velasquez found out and chased him down in his car, shot at him in the car, wound up shooting his father, who was driving the car. His father, who, by the way, was running the nursing home. So his father likely knew that his son was a monster. Shot him in the abdomen and in the arm. I think he shot him through the door of the car, like shooting out the door of the car. Cain's in jail with no bail, no possibility of bail, and he's being tried for murder, or tried for attempted murder, excuse me. And, that's a situation where if that guy seems to be guilty, I would have no problem with that guy getting the death penalty. That guy's ruining people's lives.
Unbelievable.
Ruining a small child. If you found out your boy had been sexually molested fucking 100 times by some monster.
It's the biggest nightmare in the
It's the
world.
scariest thing ever. And
Yeah.
what Cain Velasquez did is what every person says they would do if someone came after their child. I mean,
So-
that he actually went out and did it.
So I've had not heated exchanges with my wife, but I always come with the following approach in parenting. I don't put my children, who are now a bit older, they're 13 and 10, but growing up, I never put my children in any situation where they could ever be molested, meaning if there is a man in any situation, my children are never going to be alone with them. Now, my wife would argue, aren't you being a bit too punitive in presuming that there's a pedophile hanging around every corner? I say, well, I'm not willing to take, so the precautionary principle, I'm not willing to take the chance that that person who really seems nice, that neighbor, or the teenage son of their friend, or anybody could be that guy. He doesn't have horns. I can't tell what he looks like. Therefore, there was never any sleepovers. There was never sleepaway camp. There was no. So I can't understand. Not that I'm blaming this gentleman who sought revenge, but why is it that he was in a nursery that was run by a father and there was a male present? That makes no sense to me.
I don't know how it worked. I don't know the story. I see your perspective, but there's a lot of people that have run nursing homes that are adult males that are great people. It's just like, it's a horrible, horrible situation. But I just think the problem is we can't read minds.
Yeah.
Until we can determine ultimate truth, like pure, like undeniable truth from a person. Like I sit you down and say, Mr. Saad, would you please put your hands on this thing? and tell us what you did and what you didn't do. And until we can do that, and by the way, people, here's the thing. People say, like, oh, just give them a polygraph test. Let me tell you something. Sociopaths,
They pass
they
it.
pass polygraph tests all the fucking
Of
time.
course.
Real sociopaths can sit there and lie to your fucking face, and it doesn't change their heart rate
Exactly.
at all. Liars, like real good liars,
Exactly.
like people who have gotten real fucking good at lying. They've been lying their whole life. They've just been making up shit and lying about this and lying about that and covering their tracks. They don't even think they're lying. They're fucking crazy.
And it's so there's I don't know if I've ever mentioned this on the show. There's a evolutionary biologist by the name of Robert Trivers who's still alive. Some have said he's arguably the biggest evolutionary biologist since Darwin. He's now in his late 70s. So he developed the theory of the evolution of self-deception. Why is it that we are so good at self-deceiving? And the argument is that if I'm trying to manipulate you, Joe, when I lie to you in a manipulative intent, I have micro cues that signal that I might be lying. But if I first lie to myself so that I can shut off those signals, it becomes impossible for you to read
Yes.
the manipulative intent in me. Well, what
Yeah.
psychopaths have innately built within them is the natural ability to have those cues shut off. And so the polygraph test can't pick it up precisely because they're not emitting those signals. But if you and I tell a fib, it's going to create a physiological arousal state, and then you're going to pick it up in the machine.
Yeah, it's not effective. That's why it's not applicable in court,
Exactly.
and they need to come up with one. I mean, that's the only way we're ever going to really know. And until then, there's unfortunately a lot of people that are in bad circumstances. They have poor representation. They get framed. Something happens, and then they wind up on death row. So until then, it's very hard to support the death sentence.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't not support it in cases of pure guilt. Like we would know, it's undeniable.
Right.
But there's a lot of places where people thought someone was absolutely guilty and it turned out not to be the case.
Sure.
And then, imagine living with that. Imagine being a prosecuting attorney and you railroaded someone and sent them down the river, put them on death row, and then had them killed, and then it turns out that they were innocent. Like, man, good luck in hell. Good luck
Yeah.
in hell. There's a special place in hell for people like that.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Prior to eventually settling on consumer psychology and evolutionary psychology, I had toyed with the idea of going into criminal psychology. I had always been fascinated with the serial killers and so on. And I decided, I think, rightly against it because I thought that I might have had the intellectual interest, but my personality would have been severely damaged by being exposed to darkness and evil.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the reasons why I didn't go into clinical psychology, unlike, say, Jordan Peterson, a good friend of both of us. I'm empathetic that I think I could have been an effective therapist, but I think it would have been very detrimental to my personhood because I wouldn't have been able to create the demarcation between listening to what was done to you when you were a child and then, oh, now it's 5 o'clock, let me go and party with my family because all is good. And so I think I would have probably blown my brains. And so I think in retrospect, even though I've always been interested in forensic psychiatry and clinical psychology and criminal, I picked more uplifting fields of human behavior to study.
I think you picked wisely, and I think you're absolutely accurate. I think that same problem applies to police officers.
Exactly.
I mean, I have many friends that are either former or current police officers, and they tell me the horrific things that they've seen, where they've had to go to a home where a father just murdered the wife in front of the children and that kind of shit, or murdered the child, or they've seen so many horrific things, and then they come home to their own children, and there's a high rate of suicide among police officers, and I think they're correlated.
And imagine that we now, make them turn out to be, diabolical via the hashtag defund the police. So, of course, they are bad cops. But the reality is we should be treating them with the respect they're deserving of because most of us would not be lining up to do their job. They don't get paid enough for it, and yet we do hashtag defund the police. It's grotesque.
Well, it falls in line with these people that live in this delusional world where you don't need law enforcement, you don't need laws, and they're just going to be good people. And then you get L.A., where you get rampant, out-of-control crime, and people just get released on bail for murder. They're just out roaming around the streets.
And if you steal less than $9.50, it's not a felony.
I mean, how many fucking Walmarts have to close down Walgreens have to close down in San Francisco. Those drugstores where they just walk in and just start shoveling things into a bag and walk out. And no one does anything about it.
But again, that shows you that having a poor understanding of human nature has downstream bad effects, right? So
yes.
if you think that by definition, if you're a criminal, it is never due to your own personal agency, but it must, that the culprit is really the society that caused you to become a victim, then why should I be punitive, right? And
Right.
therefore I shouldn't incarcerate you. It's wrong. I am double penalizing you. First, the world made you into the rapist. Otherwise, you're a beautiful, lovely human being. And now I'm going to put you in prison. Why don't I instead, find a way to help you out of this thing? So it's a wrong understanding of human nature that causes all of these insane policies.
It is a wrong understanding of human nature, but there is a reality to people that are fucked by the world. There's certain
Sure.
people that, through no fault of their own, they were born into a horrible circumstance. They have terrible parents. They live in a terrible neighborhood. There's crime and drugs, and that's all they know, and that's all they've ever known. And they grew up that way, and they're probably the victim of abuse, whether it's physical abuse or sexual abuse and violence. And they've had this their whole life. They've been in and out of penal institutions. These people are fucked. And the problem is there's no rehabilitation mechanism that's involved. I mean, the friends that I've had that have gone to jail and come out of jail, they're like, you're not getting rehabilitated in there. If anything, you get turned into a harder criminal. You get taught how to do crimes better, and you get to talk to people about how they get caught and how they're going to not get caught the second time when they get out. I don't know what the solution is. I would imagine that we're going to have a much more comprehensive understanding of what it takes to program a mind and what it takes to deprogram a mind, and what techniques, what substances are involved in that can be effectively given to people. Because we know that there's some substances that aid tremendously in alleviating people from whether it's alcoholism or any kind of addiction issues like this ibogaine. There's a bunch of different things that people can do. A lot of people that have done psilocybin, the John Hopkins studies have shown tremendous benefits in quitting detrimental behavior, whether it's cigarettes or things like that, gambling, drug addiction. I think there's
just aging reduces your criminality. Nothing
sure.
else, right? Just your drop in testosterone is
yeah.
a huge predictor
especially
of
violence. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
just wait out the curve, and you'll become less violent.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like, how do we let someone become more wise while still protecting everyone else from that person's impulses and urges, especially if that person did grow up in a violent household where they were beaten and everyone in their neighborhood sucks, and just there's a lot of people like that. It's not that's the real inequality. The real inequality is the way children are raised.
Yeah.
The real inequality is, what are you exposed to, even in the womb. They've done studies that show that people that are that women that are pregnant, and notice I said women that are pregnant, because guess what? Men can't get pregnant.
Wow,
That's
that
what
was a
I'm
bold
saying.
statement on
I'm
your
saying
part.
it. While women are pregnant, that if that woman is exposed to violence, that her higher cortisol rates in her body and the stress in her body, the adrenaline, all these effects will actually make the child more inclined towards violent activity. Because the kid is thinking he's got to be born into a world that's crazy, and he's got to protect himself.
But then this kind of causal argument can be applied ad infinitum, right?
Yes.
I mean, at some point, you have to stand up and say, I have personal agency. Look, I grew up in the most violent environment possible.
Right.
It's called the Lebanese Civil War. I did not rob anybody. I did not attack anybody. I did not rape anybody.
But you also grew up with good parents.
Fair enough. I get it. We do have, but there are many, many people who've grown up with very, very bad parents, and they didn't end up killing.
That's true.
Right? So I get the argument of the mitigating factors, and I'm empathetic enough to understand it, but it never justifies at any moment in life, you have a bifurcation in the road, and you can go right or you can go left. If you make the wrong choice, you pay the price.
I think that's true. I think you're right, but I think we need to find some way to reach people and let them know this in a way that, like, there's a lot of people that don't have any role models of people that are striving through all this chaos and doing the right thing. all their people that they're around. You know, people imitate their atmosphere.
Yeah.
If everyone in your atmosphere is committing crimes, and there are places in this country and certainly places in the world where that's the case, where you live in a horrific environment and everyone around you is involved in terrible activities.
Have you seen the study? I can't cite it off the top of my head, but that the number one predictors in a home that can serve as a predictor of how well your children will do is how many books are in the home.
Really?
So imagine if, and it'd be great if
Well, my kids are going to kill it because I got a lot of books.
they
in
got
the
a lot
house.
of books from
Yeah, but
guests that come on
people
your
that
show,
send me books that I don't
and then
read.
books you throw. Exactly. I'm going to
Imagine
test
that
you on
was
this
it.
book next time. What did I say in chapter 7? No, but seriously, so you're exactly right. Having loving parents,
Yes.
Larry Elder, whom I think you know,
Yeah.
often talks about that the number one predictor.
He's the blackface for white
He
supremacy.
is the blackface.
I saw that in L.A. Times. They wouldn't lie.
Exactly.
What does it say? A child growing up in a home with at least
Boom.
80 books will have a greater literacy and numeracy
Thank you,
in
Jamie.
adulthood. A home
There you go.
library can promote reading. Oh, there you go.
So basically, just the other thing that I think in terms of parenting that is fantastic is if you treat your children with the dignity that they are deserving of. Now, what do I mean by that? I don't baby my children. Even when they were 5 or 6 or 7, I speak to them as though they have a personhood. I listen to them. I explain the concept of libertarianism to my son, who was 9 last year, and we were walking, and I was explaining to, you know why? Because I was pissed off that a cop was standing giving out jaywalking tickets to people who were crossing the street when I'm perfectly capable as a 57-year-old man to know if there's an incoming coming car for me to make. But apparently, no, the nanny state has to say when I should cross. And so that led to a discussion of libertarianism. Well, my giving him the dignity of me speaking to him in a way that I explained this to him, that's what good parenting is, right? And I don't mean to be, tooting my own horn, but it's that you treat your children with the respect that they have a functioning brain. Treat them with dignity. And I think that could hopefully go a long way towards solving some of this criminality, maybe.
Well, your children are very lucky that they have you as a dad.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of people that have shithead dads.
Yeah.
And, and the other thing is exposure to drug addiction. I mean, and then losing that sort of the fear of that at a very early age.
Yeah.
And everyone's doing drugs around you, and it's a common thing. It's like
You didn't have a dad growing up, right? Is that-
no.
yeah.
My parents. I have a stepdad. My parents divorced when I was 5 years old.
Did you stay in touch later with your
No.
biological dad?
No, I haven't talked to him since I was 7.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you even know if he's alive?
Yeah, he's alive. Yeah,
Wow, that's rough.
rough on him.
Yeah.
This
Has
doesn't
he
bother
ever
me.
tried to reach you?
No.
Okay.
That's what's even more crazy.
Yeah.
His kids have. He has other kids. They tried years ago, but I'm like, listen,
Do you think they reached out? Forgive me for asking,
don't know.
because you're the Joe Rogan guy, or
That's how they knew.
Okay.
Yeah. We have the same name, he and my dad and I.
yeah.
His name is Joe Rogan too.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's his punishment.
That's punishment. He could have been with the son Joe Rogan, and yeah.
Probably not though. Probably wouldn't have been me. I probably would have been a shithead if I kept him as a dad. It's one of those things where it's like you always wonder, like, that the curse of having that happen to me at an early age. It gave me an independence and a determination. Like, I had determination that other kids didn't have. I had like
I'm gonna show the world.
I had that, but I also had no one's coming to help me. There's no dad that's going to clean up my mess. There's no dad that's going to be there to hold my hand and comfort me, and I had to do it all myself in a lot of ways. And my stepdad's a very good guy, and my mom's a wonderful lady. It's not they didn't do bad, but there's something about not having your biological father in your life and knowing that he's out there and that he's not even reaching out to you. I can't imagine that. I mean, I love my children so much.
I won't say much, but believe me, I share a similar reality.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
And yesterday I was speaking at UT Austin, I was asked by a young man, how do you deal with adversity? I said, well, for better or worse, I have the temperament that if you try to hurt me or if I faced stressors in life, I want to then shove it up your ass and succeed even more.
Yeah.
So the more you throw at me, not unlike what happened with you, the more I'm irreverent to that stressor and I want to defeat it. And
Yeah.
so I hear you, brother.
It's taken me a while to calm myself though because of it. It took into my, probably into my late 20s and to really calm myself, because there was part of me that also felt angry that he wasn't around, and also part of me that didn't feel in any way like I was safe.
Right.
Like, you don't have anybody, like, when you're a child, you don't feel like anybody's looking out for you. It's like a weird way to grow up. You grow up in this way where you feel like, plus I was a latchkey kid, they just let me out of the house when I was little. And you grow up that way, you recognize a lot more danger than other people do, which is also why I moved here so quickly. Like, I moved to Texas in May of 2020. I started looking for houses. I was like, fuck you. When they said 2 weeks to flatten the curve, I go, okay, flattening the curve. And then I started looking at statistics, and then a few of mine got COVID and got over it really easily, and I'm like, what is going on? And then it was months later. I was like, what happened to a few weeks? And then it was like more restrictions, and I was like, what's going on? And then I came out here to Texas, and everybody's no masks and just hanging out. I was like,
I belong here.
What the fuck is going on? Like, yeah, you should take care of yourself. Yeah, you should be healthy. Yeah, you shouldn't do anything unwise. Yeah, it's not good to get COVID, but it seems like it's a respiratory disease, and we've never been able to stop a respiratory disease from spreading ever in human history. Ever. And I know that, and I'm not a fucking epidemiologist. How do you not know that? How do they not know that? They do know that. And masks don't work. Fucking Fauci said masks don't work. Unless you have a fitted N95 or KN95 mask. Like, that, they're not working. These fucking bandanas that people are wearing, this is nonsense. Like, what are we, playing games? Right. And the thing about Texas is, like, I met with the governor when I first came out here. And one of the things that he said, we want to make sure that we preserve people's freedoms. Right. That's the same thing Ron DeSantis said. I met him recently, too. Yeah. He said, we preserve people's freedoms here.
I spoke at an event by Hillsdale College. I don't know if you know the school. They're kind of a college that's positioned itself as kind of the premier anti-woke college. And they had invited me to speak in Florida at an event in Naples. And so I was the plenary speaker on whatever it was on Thursday. The Wednesday event, it was DeSantis who was there. And so I didn't get to meet him personally, but I was at his thing. And he seems like pretty legit. What do you think?
I think he's legit. There's people that don't agree with some of the things that he says because, they're ideologically opposed to him because they're on the left. But if you don't have a left or a right, right, which would be way better for all people to just engage with individual ideas individually. Engage them independently. Look at, how do you feel about education? I think it's critical. It's very important. Yeah. How do you feel about indoctrination by people that are educators? I don't like that at all. There's just two very different things. Right. And if you want to tell me that they're the same thing, I say fuck you. Right. Because they're not. Because there's a lot of fucking crazy people that wind up being teachers. Someone said to me that, or read this, not all, that term groomer, a lot of people don't like that term online. They're very upset. Yeah. But they're real. Right. There are groomers. You don't like it? Do you not like it because you don't want children to be groomed? Or do you not like it because it's a pejorative that's used against the left? Which is, I think, more likely. Yeah. But here's what's more important. Not have people groom your fucking kids. That's what's more important than you getting uncomfortable with this word because it's used by people on the right. Like, I saw someone, as an argument, someone who I think is an intelligent person, say that there should be a block against using the word groomer.
Unbelievable.
No, there should be no groomers. How about that? And this is what they wrote. They said, not all teachers are groomers, but a lot of groomers are teachers.
There you go.
And that's real. Yeah. That's a real fucking problem. I mean, constantly teachers are getting arrested for exposing themselves to children, for masturbating in front of children, for sending nude pictures in front of children. Every couple days there's a new one that pops up in the news. And how many of those people haven't been caught yet? And how many of those people are out there? And how many of those people are doing it under the guise of I'm an LGBTQ educator? And
I'm keeping a tally of the amount of hate mail that you're going to be getting.
Well, good luck. I don't read it. There's people that are good people in all walks of life. Trans people, gay people, straight people, bisexual, whatever the fuck you are. There's good people in all walks of life. There's also pieces of shit that will use those labels in order to get closer to groups of people and indoctrinate them. And indoctrinate them for their own sexual pleasure. And that's real.
So you don't like kindergarten teachers talking about gender identity?
Well, I think it's important, and I think everyone should know it. I think it's like that's why that whole what they were calling the "Don't Say Gay" bill in Florida was so infuriating.
Yeah.
Like when you're saying that you oppose any sort of legislation that prevents people from talking about sex and gender identity and sexual orientation with people that are first grade through third grade. You oppose anything that restricts that. I go, okay. Who are you talking about? Because if this is open-ended, I've had some fucking idiots for teachers when I grew up. Can you imagine if those fucking idiots were trying to convince your child that they should be homosexual or that they should even be straight? Imagine if you have a kid that's gay.
Never mind convincing. How about just don't address, don't talk about this issue?
That's my point. My point is, imagine if you have a gay child and you have a fucking teacher that's trying to indoctrinate your child into the world of heterosexuality and convince your child that they're going to burn in hell if that child is gay. Imagine how furious you would be.
Right.
Well, it works the other way too. Right? It does. It works the other way. You should be really good to be able to talk, really good at what you do. If you want to talk to a fucking 7-year-old about gender identity and sex, and I've seen some of these people with lip rings and blue hair. They clearly are ideologically bound. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the way they live their life. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them pursuing whatever sexual identity they have and living their life. But I'm saying you should not be the person that talks to children about this, especially if you're a fucking history teacher. You're supposed to be teaching them about fucking Native Americans.
So when I have students in my consumer behavior class, I tell them, what age is it moral, ethical, if not legal, to target children through advertising? And the typical answer that we get from academic research is that you should only target children with advertising when they know that the intent of the advertisement is to persuade them of something.
Yes.
Because once they know that, they can build the cognitive barriers against your persuasive intent.
Yes.
So from this side of our mouth, we tell companies you can't sell cereals to an 11-year-old child because they're too young to protect themselves against the persuasive intent. But from this side of the mouth, we tell people, teachers, that it is when they're 7 years old or 6 years old that we should tell them about LGBTQ stuff. Those two things are inconsistent. If I can't target your child to sell them chewing gum, then I shouldn't be targeting your child with gender identity stuff.
Yeah, well, the other thing is, like, children want the praise and acceptance from adults. Yeah. They do. That's part of being a child, especially adult they admire, like a teacher, especially adult that has a position of power, a position of influence. They're standing in front of a class, and they're 37 years old, and these kids are 8, and they're telling them about how the world works. And maybe they're doing it in a better, more attentive way than the parents do. Yeah. Maybe the parents aren't doing such a good job because maybe the parents are fucking tired and they work all day. I don't know. But what I do know is your cerebral cortex doesn't even fully form until you're 25 years old. Yeah. Your frontal lobe, your ability to be a fully, like, realistically, you shouldn't be able to make any decisions till you're 25. Like, realistically. Right? But
that's a high
can't
standard.
Do that.
Yeah.
It is. It's a high standard. But there's so much that you can convince a child of. There's so much. You can convince them to join cults. You can convince them to be a suicide bomber. Why do you think they get children to wear those vests? Yeah. Because you can convince a child that you're going to go to heaven and you're going to be with Allah if you put on a suicide bombing vest when you're fucking 10 years old.
Right.
There's a reason why they do that, and they don't go to 50-year-old guys with PhDs, right? Because that guy would be like, wait, how many virgins do I get? Why do I even want a virgin? What the fuck are you saying? Can you show me this? How do I know that?
I feel as though you're preparing the next bit for your show.
No, we're at a very strange place in this country where we're so ideologically bound and we're so connected to our tribe that we ignore all the signs that both sides are doing something wrong. Both sides. You know, you were speaking about Dave Rubin. And there's one thing that I noticed recently that was kind of very disturbing. Dave is now he's essentially a right-wing guy, right? He used to be a left-wing guy. He used to be with the Young Turks. Now he's a right-wing guy. Dave and his husband adopted children, or
surrogacy. Yeah.
Surrogate. Okay.
Yeah.
It's so they used their sperm and they created children, right? And then I was watching all of these fucking vicious right-wing, ideologically captured people who were talking about how horrible they were and about this is rent a womb and they were talking about how it's satanic and all this like sick shit.
Wow.
And just shitting all over him and his husband for I guess there's 2 children.
There's 2 of them, exactly.
And I'm watching this. I'm like, man, imagine being that dude, and you go over to that side, and you think, well, the right wing accepts me and it loves me, and it's kind of a cool thing because I'm a gay guy, but I'm also conservative now, and I've been red pilled. And then you try to express a little bit about your own personal life, and these hateful assholes are coming at you, and he just wants to be a loving father. Wants to be a loving father with his husband.
And that basically speaks to a point that I make in chapter 1 of The Parasitic Mind, where I say, while I will be focusing on idea pathogens of the left, because the ecosystem that I inhabit is academia, so therefore all the bad ideas stem from leftist professors, this doesn't mean that I'm implying that the right cannot be parasitized by bad ideas as well. So the fact that I don't focus on the right doesn't mean that I am implicitly saying I support the right and not the left. Academia is run by leftists, therefore they're the ones who originate and spawn all those bullshit ideas that I discuss in the book. So you're exactly right. The political aisle that you lay on is not going to predict whether you can be parasitized.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
There's plenty of really shitty right-wing ideas too.
Exactly.
And there's plenty of shitty libertarian ideas. Like there's shitty ideas in all sorts of ideologies. And again, I think you should engage with each idea individually.
This is, by the way, why people think that I'm being coy when they ask me, so what do you identify in terms of your politics? And I say exactly what you just said. I'm an ideas guy. If you ask me what's your view on immigration or on the death penalty, you'd think I'm an ultra-conservative. If you ask me about gay rights and transgender rights, you'd think that I am a Portland, Oregon inhabitant. So depending on the issue you ask me, I move around to different parts because I'm an ideas guy. I think if more people had that commitment, then we wouldn't be quite as tribalized, if I can put it that way.
I'm with you, and I think that's the only way we get out of this.
Yeah.
Look, I'm very much, I lean far more left than I do right because I grew up on welfare. I grew up in poverty. We had food stamps when I was a kid. I remember those times. I remember being poor. And I will never say that I don't believe in social services or a social safety net. I think that's crazy. That saved my family. It saved me. And my parents worked their way out of it. My mom and my stepdad worked their way out of that and eventually got off of it and eventually did well. I saw it happen. So I saw the benefit of hard work, but I also saw the benefit of having a social safety net.
Sure.
So I'm very progressive in that. But I value hard work and discipline more than fucking anything.
Right.
And I when someone says, "Oh, I can't this because I'm triggered by this," shut the fuck up. Like I know what that is. I know weakness. I know nonsense. I know excuses. I know slovenly behavior, and it should never be praised ever.
Right.
Because it's not good for you either.
Yeah.
And the feelings that you get when someone like leaves and pretends that everything you're doing is fine and you need a mental health day. I get it. You need a mental health day. Like a friend of mine who's an employer, she employs people, and she was saying that like some of her employees are saying, I need a mental health day today. She's like, you're not sick. Get the fuck to work.
Right.
What are you talking? You want to get paid for this mental health day? Show the fuck up.
Right.
We're not talking about your parents just died in a car accident. No, you have a high level of anxiety today. It's this Roe versus Wade thing. I saw it in the news and I need a mental health day.
Right.
Fuck you. Show up at work. Show up at work and work harder. Get the fuck out of here.
You need to be a bit
this.
more animated, Joe.
I get so crazy about it because I know what it is.
But by the way, I see it in my own environment with the number of students who now file for special services through the Office of Disability or whatever it's called. So for the first 20 plus years as a professor, I almost had no one. Because when you file with them, for example, you get 50% more time on your exam, but
Yeah.
you never find out because it's confidential. So I never find out this person suffers from this issue, therefore that. So all I get is an instruction that person X needs 50% more time on the exam, right? Well, I used to never have any of these filings, and now in any given semester, I may have, quite a large percentage. 10% of the students are somehow in the. So what happened? There's been a growth in the incidence of whatever disability you had to file, but no, it's part of the grievance infrastructure, right?
There's been an infestation of indulgence.
Exactly.
Yeah, and look, you can always find reasons why you can't get out of bed. I could find reasons every day.
Right.
We can always. And by the way, those things, thinking in negative ways like that, it becomes a pattern. It becomes a part of the way your mind interfaces with the world.
Right.
And it just creates more and more incentive for you to continue those patterns. And those patterns become comfortable. Just like becoming a loser, failing, falling apart, not following through with things, fucking up jobs, getting divorced all the time, gambling away all your money, going in, like, all those things are patterns. I don't have to tell you, you're literally a psychologist. But all those patterns are they're so easy for people to fall into, and you can't accept that. You cannot accept that, because there's been plenty of people out there that have had those patterns to turn their life around, and that's what I encourage people to do. I don't say the things that I say because I'm a mean person and I want to shit on people that are weak. I want people to be strong.
Right.
I want people to be strong with themselves, and I want people to recognize that there's value in being disciplined. There's value in getting your life together. There's value in truth. There's value in honesty. There's value in hard work. There's value in camaraderie and friendship and love and being a good person. And it's hard to be a good person.
And
There's value.
Aristotle has already said all those things that you just said.
Yes.
But
and
you go on thinking you're the first one who said it.
No, I'm not thinking.
No,
I
go
definitely
on.
am not.
I'm teasing you.
By the way, we're 3 hours in. How about that?
Oh,
Crazy.
I didn't even
What
know
are
if
the
it was
odds?
an hour or 2 or 3.
Crazy. It flies by.
You are amazing.
The Parasitic Mind's available now. Did you do the audiobook? Please tell me you did.
No, it's from the time when you got angry at me, nothing has changed. It's not me who
God
gets.
damn it.
I know.
Why don't they let you do it? Tell these fucks.
I know.
Your silky smooth voice
I know.
would be so much better than some fucking actor reading your bullshit. With the next book, will you read it?
I am going to do everything in my
Yes.
power to adhere to your edict.
Who is the publisher?
They think it's just amazing.
Got the request, and I read the title and the subject of your book. I was immediately hooked. I was like, dude, I got to get this guy in quickly. The Romance of Reality: How the Universe Organizes Itself to Create Life, Consciousness, and Cosmic Complexity.
Yep.
How do we know this? How do we know how the universe organizes? Are you guessing? First of all, tell people what you do.
I mean, I think it was an intuition that I had.
Can you tell people like what you do, like what your field of study is?
But yeah, so this is all backed by complexity science, and when I say complexity science, that's really not one field. It's an integration of all of the sciences, so physics, biology, cognitive science, computer science, and from those sciences, we're getting a new picture of the universe and cosmic evolution and the role that life may play in the process. So my background, I'm a cognitive neuroscientist. I got my PhD from George Mason University. I was really interested in the problem of consciousness. So how does the brain create consciousness? What is the connection between consciousness and complexity and cosmos? It was sort of an intuition that I had when I guess I was an undergraduate and I started taking like all of the basic science courses, like physics course, and you learn about the second law of thermodynamics, and the kind of popular interpretation of that law is that the universe tends towards disorder, and that didn't completely match up with my observations and what we understood about how after the Big Bang you had the formation of planets and stars, and then on this planet we see organization all around us. so most of the popular books at that time, like that was like, I graduated high school in like 1999, and so popular books were like Stephen Hawking's A Brief History in Time, and those books kind of painted life as this improbable kind of statistical fluke, not a regularity. And so, some of those ideas didn't seem quite right to me, and I was very interested in this increase in complexity. And so I started like looking up these sorts of topics, and I found out about the research being done at the Santa Fe Institute, which is kind of like the mecca for complexity science. And then there was this emerging worldview that the universe is becoming more and more complex, and it doesn't violate the the second law of thermodynamics at all.
Can we get you to turn your phone off, or just shut it dinged? Just shut that. Just put it on do not disturb or something like that. So somewhere along the line, the idea was that the universe tends towards chaos. Like, why do you think they were thinking that? Like, what was the philosophy behind that?
So, yeah, it's kind of complicated. The second law of thermodynamics started off being about heat flow. Thermodynamics is the science of energy, or energy flow. And so originally, the law said that heat will flow from a hotter to a colder body. So there's this just natural tendency for heat to kind of spread out and for energy to kind of disperse and dissipate. And this had to do with steam engines. And steam engines basically convert energy from heat flow to mechanical energy that can power locomotives. So Sadi Carnot and Rudolf Clausius, two European scientists, were trying to understand this in the 1800s, and they found out that this energy conversion process wasn't always 100% efficient, that some of the energy, some of the useful energy would get dissipated basically when this physical process creates heat. And so what the second law said originally was that the useful supply of energy in the universe was always dwindling because every mechanical process requires energy to do work, and it creates some heat, and heat is basically like you creating body heat right now. You eat food, you metabolize that, and then that energy is dissipated as heat, and you can't extract the energy that was dissipated as heat again, so it becomes useless. It's still there. There's the first law of thermodynamics, which is about conservation of energy. You can convert one type of energy into another type, but this useful supply is getting turned into entropy. And entropy was originally a measure of the quantity of energy no longer available to do work. It wasn't until later that there was a statistical interpretation of this law by a scientist named Ludwig Boltzmann. And he basically tried to understand the second law in terms of the, I guess, the evolution of many particle system. And what he saw was that if you had an ordered system, there would be this natural tendency towards disorder, simply because there's many more ways for a system of many components to be mixed up and spread out compared to ways to be ordered. So then the law became about this order to disorder transition, and we hear about that all the time. The popular examples are rooms get messier, they don't organize themselves. But the paradox that emerged from that was that life seems to defy this tendency. And so the question is if systems tend towards decay, what's going on with the biosphere and all this organization we see. And Erwin Schrödinger, one of the founders of quantum mechanics, actually wrote a very influential book on biology called What is Life? And he explained this paradox. He explained that basically the second law of thermodynamics applies to closed systems, and open systems have energy coming in. So the Earth is an open system. We have a sun, and it's beaming down energy on the planet. And that systems can evade this tendency toward decay if they can extract useful energy from the environment. For plants, it's sunlight. For us, we need to eat food. As long as we can continue to do that, we can sustain order against this second law tendency towards decay.
So you were looking at this idea of the universe tending towards chaos, and it didn't sit right with you. Like, how long did you theorize about this? Like, what led you to write a book about this?
So, as I mentioned, I was really interested in this mystery of consciousness because it seemed like, kind of the last frontier of science. Now we know there's lots of mysteries to be solved. There's like dark matter and dark energy, all types of stuff. But in the 90s, people were thinking that physics had essentially solved all the major problems. But really it's because it was reductionist physics. And basically that approach doesn't think about life and consciousness and human civilization. So it sort of leaves those things out of the picture. But you can have a physics of those things too, and that's what complexity science is. So I was interested in consciousness, but what happened was I found out to really understand how consciousness emerges and intelligence, it really starts with the origin of life. Now, I'm not saying the most simple life forms are conscious, but what I understood was, you can think about a bacterium performing a process called chemotaxis. That's kind of a scary word, but all it means is that the bacterium swims towards chemical food and away from toxins. So it has this very rudimentary intelligence. And if you're trying to understand the brain and consciousness and intelligence, it seemed to me that you have to understand life as well. And so at George Mason, there was a professor named Harold Morowitz, and he came from the Santa Fe Institute. So he's a big complexity guy and one of the premier origin of life researchers. And he was doing this work that, got into the stuff I was just talking about, thermodynamics, because to understand life, you have to understand it as a phenomenon that does evade this tendency towards decay, and to do that it has to extract energy from the environment. And so he had a book called The Emergence of Everything, which was looking at the big picture, because life is one emergence, consciousness is another emergence. As the universe gets increasingly complex, new phenomena emerge with surprising properties. And this is a lot different than the other approach that I mentioned, reductionism, which is focused on how nature's simplest components, like particles, act in isolation. So complexity science cares about how more complex systems, their dynamics, their evolution, and you see that systems experience are display properties like consciousness that aren't there when the components exist in isolation.
So meaning like the amino acids? What do you mean?
Yeah,
by...
they're not conscious.
Right.
So
Well, do we know that though?
no, I know you had on a guest, Philip Goff, who is a panpsychist.
Yeah.
And those people believe that there's a little bit of consciousness in everything. And I don't think that's right. But you can look at the universe itself as this kind of computational machine, and it's doing information processing. So it's understandable to think about like everything in terms of information. But consciousness, when I use that word, I'm talking about subjective experience. So you're having a unified conscious perception of the world. There's a light that's on. And I don't think there is a perspective, a subjective perspective, for an amino acid.
What is the argument against that? Like, what is the argument that there is a subjective experience?
Yeah,
that everything.
Yeah. So basically, consciousness is kind of mysterious still, and there's the hard problem of consciousness, which was put forth by a philosopher named David Chalmers in the 90s. And it basically said, we can explain all of the physical processing in the brain in terms of mechanical processes and interactions. But how does the interactions of these physical things give rise to the qualitative world of experience and sensation? And since that's such a hard problem, how does experience arise? One solution to that was thinking that it doesn't emerge and suddenly like poof into existence, that there must be a little bit of consciousness in everything, and that consciousness is fundamental, and that when those things come together to form these more complex systems, the little bits of consciousness kind of add up and create more richer conscious experience.
So you don't believe that, but you do. Well, we can all agree that human beings have consciousness. Everybody agrees on that. That's like pretty simple.
Yeah.
But like, at what?
Well, no, actually.
No, some people
Yeah.
don't believe that.
So, yeah, it's kind of funny. I mean, so the materialist position is like pretty much opposite of panpsychism. So materialism is the idea that there are only material things in the world, and that would seem to exclude consciousness, because consciousness seems to be this immaterial thing.
But is it just immaterial because we can't measure it? I mean, there's obviously something going on. There's some process going on. So
Yeah.
whatever that process is that enables creativity and communication, self-awareness, correction, like all those different things that there's obviously something happening. So the idea that you can't measure it, is that just because we don't understand what it actually is? Like
Yes, I think so.
Right, because consciousness is a thing, right?
Uh-huh.
We're talking about it. Even if it's theoretical.
It is a thing. So, yeah, I don't think
Right.
it's necessarily right to call it immaterial.
Right,
Yeah.
so it has to be, there's something going on. So is it just that we lack the tools to measure it or the understanding of how to quantify it?
We're starting, yes, we did.
We did.
And that's kind of why those philosophies got big. Well, actually, our tools, and our theories that are being used to start to quantify it, one of those theories, interpreted in a certain way, seems to support the panpsychic view, or a sort of modified version, saying that not everything is conscious, but that you can have very, very simple systems that are conscious as long as they're integrating some amount of information.
So what I was going to ask you is, if we agree that humans are conscious, what is not? Is a single-celled organism conscious?
So I mentioned materialism. So
Yeah.
since it was thought that consciousness was immaterial, or kind of defined that way, going back to Rene Descartes, they wanted to ignore it altogether. And so that position is called illusionism, and the idea is that consciousness is an illusion. And so when you said everybody agrees that we're conscious, yeah, everybody does when they're pressed, but they have this kind of, a lot of materialist or physicalist is kind of the modern term for that position. They say consciousness is an illusion, and it's not even really clear what they mean by that. I mean, they explain it, but at the same time, they say they do have experience. So, yeah,
They do have experiences, meaning they have consciousness.
Yeah, they have consciousness.
So what is their definition of what consciousness is? It's like, so the thing that we're calling conscious, or
Yeah.
consciousness, if they're saying it's an illusion, Like,
Yeah.
what do they think the process of creativity is? What the process of cognitive function? There's something going on.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's kind of double talk because they will admit they have it, but when they say it's an illusion, I think what they mean a few different things by it. But there is no point in the brain where you can, locate consciousness. It's a global phenomenon, so it's something that emerges from this harmonized collective activity of, 80 billion neurons interacting. And they also mean that consciousness doesn't have any causal power. And by that, I mean they don't think that your conscious thoughts actually do anything in the world. Like when you decide to raise your arm, they think it's just the brain is getting sensory input and there's algorithms encoded in the brain, and then that's creating a behavioral output, almost like this reflexive machine, like an automaton.
So how are you aware of this output? What is that?
So basically, they say consciousness is what's called an epiphenomenon, and that means that it's there, but it's not doing anything. So they admit that we have conscious experience.
But if they're saying it's there, but it's not doing anything, it's still there.
It's
That
still
means
there.
It's real. So like if you're moving because of an algorithm, but you realize that you're moving because of an algorithm, isn't that conscious?
Yes, so it's kind of a ridiculous thing that they call it an illusion, and then other materials might say it's not an illusion, it's an epiphenomenon. So yeah, there's lots of confusion there. But the question about so let's say we all accept consciousness in the practical way of talking about things.
Let's say we accept consciousness as in human beings, without the double talk.
Yeah.
What if we go back to single-celled organisms, do we believe that they were conscious?
So it's a really complicated topic, and I argue in the book that single-celled organisms probably are not conscious, but they are these information processing systems, these computational systems. So they do have some type of intelligence or cognition. You see a difference in the way any living system behaves compared to an inanimate system like a rock or a trash can. Those things don't do anything. If you see a rock move, it's because like a gust of wind pushed it.
Right, but couldn't the same be said for trees? Except you're looking at slow motion, you actually do see them move.
Well,
you see
so
them grow.
trees. I'm arguing that the difference between life and non-life is that living things are these information processing systems, and that would apply to trees too. So they're doing photosynthesis, and yeah, they might not move the way like a mammal or some other organisms do. They're very slow, but plants will perform something that's analogous to what I explained about bacteria doing chemotaxis. They swim towards food and away from toxins. So
The
that
roots
means
grow towards water.
exactly.
They also allocate
it's
resources.
called heliotropism. So a plant will track the sun in the sky. So it has some sort of abstract model of its environment. Some sort of statistical mapping of the environment is encoded in organisms, and it gives them this quality that philosophers call agency. And so agency is kind of the defining characteristic of life. Living systems pursue goals, intrinsic survival goals, while inanimate systems don't.
So consciousness is an integral part of living systems.
Yes, but you can have living systems, I'm arguing, without consciousness. That consciousness probably emerges with brains.
What do you say about the way plants react to things, the way they react to predation, the way they react to even the sound of predation? Do you know about those studies?
So yeah, they're definitely intelligent. They're definitely communicating using electrical signals and chemical signals. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're having a conscious experience. So do you think that plants have this actual subjective perspective? Is there an observer? They're experiencing something, or is it a system that philosophers call a zombie system. And basically, you will have like intelligent behavior without actually having subjective experience.
Is that just a guess, though? I mean,
That they don't have it?
Yeah.
So, what I argue in the book is that basically to have a self, to have an observer or an I, some sort of witness to this experience, it's not good enough to just store some sort of model of the world. The model has to start modeling itself. And that brains create mental models of the world, but in that process, the individual and the brain is part of that world. So then it starts to model itself, and it's this phenomenon of the system kind of looking back on itself that creates a witness to experience, an observer. So to answer your question, yeah, it's kind of a guess. You know, maybe someone could argue that very simple life forms do a very simple form of self-modeling. The biologist Michael Levin would argue that, and that could be right. But I think we can reasonably agree that it at least starts with life. But I do think it probably, requires some more sophisticated information processing, modeling machinery, and that it's most likely to be in systems with brains.
And when we're talking about consciousness, we're talking about consciousness. We're first of all, we're talking about consciousness in terms of the way human beings view consciousness. But when you get into other animals, at what point? I mean, is it a function of avoiding predation or becoming predators? Is it a function of foraging for food? Like, what is it that enables consciousness to emerge?
Yeah, so it's all those things. So an organism must be able to anticipate events in the environment if it's going to survive. And it must be able to, as we said, like capture energy if it's going to evade this tendency towards disorder. And so it has to model the world.
Right.
And consciousness is a mental model. So if you close your eyes, you can imagine yourself in this room. You can zoom out and you can see the whole building. You can zoom out and imagine how Earth looks from outer space. You can imagine your friend and what kind of personality they have, what jokes they tell. So you've modeled all of these things in the world, and you've even modeled other modelers. And it's this modeling that is necessary that leads to the phenomenon of consciousness.
So when you're talking about consciousness in the universe, do you think that consciousness is a property of the universe that enables things to happen? Do you think that there's a reason why we have this incredibly advanced version of what we accept as consciousness? Like, are we designed for something? Are we building towards something? As the universe gets ever and ever more complex, are we a part of that? Because this is like a part of the whole system?
Yeah, so I guess it depends on what scale you want to talk about. You can talk about the brain emerging and consciousness emerging to model the world, to find solutions to these survival problems. But if you zoom out and you look at the big picture, you see that basically the universe and the matter in the universe is starting to wake up when life emerges and you have conscious agents. It's the matter in the world that's starting to experience the world. So you could look at this process of increasing complexity, that is this sort of cosmic scale evolutionary process, as the universe itself coming to life or even waking up. So Carl Sagan has this famous quote. He says, "We are a way for the cosmos to know itself." And this book takes that statement very seriously. It says it's not just poetry. Literally, the universe is coming to life, not in this panpsychic view that, kind of says the universe is already conscious. I don't think that's as interesting. It's kind of reducing consciousness to something trivial if you think it's in everything already. I think it's way more, way more interesting, way more kind of psychedelic that the universe starts to wake up as a result of this evolutionary process. And so that would say that life is an essential part of the increase in complexity, and life actually becomes the driver of this evolutionary process. So this worldview, if you're to accept that, says life's not an accident, it's not transient, life has this larger cosmic significance, and it's basically assisting the universe in coming to life.
When you say the universe coming to life, that means like this trend of ever increasing complexity is a part of the design, or a part of just how the universe functions, and that we are, in fact, like the way we structure life, the way we structure civilization, we constantly move towards greater and greater levels of complexity with our electronics, with the sophistication of our societies and our cultures. If you go back thousands of years to today, it's a very clear trend.
Yeah.
That things are. So do you think that's a function of the universe itself? Like that is how the universe operates, and we would probably find that if we could travel to other galaxies, we could probably find that
Yes,
all over the place?
absolutely. So it's something that emerges from the laws and constants of physics and the evolutionary dynamics that naturally emerge from those laws. So it is built in to the design of the universe. When you use the word design, some people could think that you're getting at something maybe like spiritual or religious. And so that's like another conversation as to why there seems to be this apparent fine-tuning of the laws to allow for life. And if you believe in this paradigm I'm describing, that the laws don't just allow for life, that they necessitate life, and they necessitate intelligence and consciousness. And so, yeah, it does seem to be baked into the fabric of reality.
What do you think is going on? Like when you're saying it in this way, you're saying it almost like as if you're hinting that there's some sort of a design behind it all.
Yeah, it sounds like it when I say that. There are all these different options as to why there could be this fine-tuning. But while the story I'm telling in the book is purely mechanistic, so you can describe this process, which I think is very spiritual and psychedelic, it's also something that, you can describe and articulate mathematically in computational terms. So there's no mystical force pushing this. It's just basically components in nature interacting and evolving and adapting. But there does seem to be this larger design. So, for example, I know Elon Musk is a friend of the show. He believes in this simulation theory.
Yeah.
That we're not in base reality, and that there could be a base reality that sort of like encompasses this, and we are maybe a simulated world the way we can create computer simulations and video games. Those agents aren't conscious yet, but could it be possible? Maybe, maybe not. But that idea that we are living in a simulation, to me, is not that different from any sort of intelligent design theory of religion. So you could see a sort of general version of the world's religions as being something similar to a simulation theory that says that this, reality is created by some other intelligent agent.
I'm not sure I follow you. So simulation theory is similar to intelligent design?
Yeah, so the simulation theory is, it depends on, okay, so there's the intelligent design movement, which says that life is like a product of God being like, okay, there's a universe already.
For lack of a better word, God.
And I'm gonna create life right now.
Okay.
And that violates like the causal closure of the universe, basically the idea that things can happen in the world that aren't caused by other physical causes. So that's a bad theory. It doesn't. It's not a scientific theory. But the idea that the universe is a simulation created by intelligent agents that are somehow outside of this reality is very similar to deism. And a lot of our most famous physicists and scientists of history were deists. So the difference between deism and theism is that deism imagines a creator that set the laws of physics and then let the system evolve according to those laws. So many of our greatest physicists, Newton, later even more ones that came after him, like Maxwell and Sir Arthur Eddington was a proud mystic. These were men of science. Kurt Gödel, the mathematician, was religious. So the idea that this universe has some sort of design created by an intelligent agent, I'm not saying that's the case, but I'm saying people who are considering simulation theories, there's not much of a functional difference between those models. You're talking about an intelligent agent that designed this process. Here's the thing. That agent, even if you're saying it's something like a god, could have been created by an evolutionary process as well. So all we're doing is acknowledging that this level of reality might not be base reality.
I see what you're saying. So even though it is a biological thing, like evolution created life, but life created a simulation theory. That could be possible. This is what people think. They think that if we are right now currently able to make things like virtual reality and Oculus Rift and all that stuff, that one day we will be able to create something that's indiscernible from reality itself.
Yes.
So how do we know if we're not in that already?
Exactly.
And the question is we don't.
Yeah.
And so when the laws of probability theory, that's when this comes into play. When they take into account all of the potential life out there in the universe, all the potential intelligent life, where we're going, what we will 100% eventually attempt at least to create, which is some sort of an artificial environment. I mean, that's what Facebook is doing with Meta, right? All those commercials, where they're jazzing you up for this idea that you're not going to have to live in reality anymore.
The metaverse.
Yeah, this is the baby steps. When I'm sure you've seen that commercial, right? Where the
no.
kids are at they're at a painting and the painting comes alive. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
It's very compelling, but it's also interesting because we'll show them the commercial. You're watching it and you're like, wow, like, is this a good thing? Like, what are we saying? Like, you have these kids. So watch this. So they're at an art gallery and they're looking at this painting, and they all step towards this painting, and then the painting comes alive.
Yeah, it's pretty trippy.
This is the dimension of imagination.
So all of a sudden, the environment around them becomes just like this painting, and they're dancing and having the best time ever. Look, they're bobbing their head like they're at an awesome concert. This is going to be fun. Is it fucking really going to be fun? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. Like, that's a weird commercial, but it's almost like,
It makes it look fun.
yeah, it's like it's a little honeypot trying to drag you into this weird world that they're about to create.
It looks cool. I want to be there, but it's a little scary. That's Facebook.
Well, it is a little scary because the amount of people that use it and how quickly it will be adopted.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and what is that? Like, what are we doing? And is that inevitable? Like, if we're talking about increasing levels of complexity that seem to be inevitable, it seems to be, like I've said this before, but this is my thought about people and technology, that I am fascinated by how we don't think about what we're doing. We just do it. Like, if you looked at the the Earth, you looked at the human civilization from afar, if you had no context, you had no cultural connection to it, but you watched the way people interact and move, you'd say, oh, this is a life form that creates better and better stuff.
Yeah.
Because that's what we do. So and also there's this tendency towards materialism. Like, what is materialism? Well, it's this obsession with objects, and and this romantic idea that that's futile, and you should just be out there in nature, and you don't need much. And but why is it intrinsically? Why is it like it's inexorably connected to humans? That they want more stuff. They want better stuff. Well, I feel like because that is the engine that fuels innovation. If you constantly want newer and better things, there has to be a desire for that. And one of the desires for that is materialism. Yeah. Materialism is almost like a built-in instinct that enables innovation. And if you look at where that goes, it goes to some sort of symbiotic interaction and connection with electronics. Because that's our number one creation. That's the thing that we make that's better than anything else. Yeah. If you think about all the stuff that we make, the one thing that's been most transformative over the last few decades has been technology and electronics, our connection to the cyber world, our connection through phones and computers and watches. I mean, there's something going on, and we're in the middle of it. And the way I liken it, I say that we are like some caterpillar that is becoming an electronic butterfly, and we don't even know why we're making the cocoon. We're just doing it.
I've heard you describe that idea before. I don't know who you're talking to, if it was like Roger Penrose or Sean Carroll, but you alluded to that, and I was like, Joe sees it. Like, that's exactly what's happening. It's this process that we're not aware of, and nature is carrying that out. But we're at a really interesting time because we're at a point in the process where we're actually becoming conscious that we're part of the process.
Yeah.
And
some of us.
There's some of us. So the idea is, if we become conscious of it, and that's part of the process also, becoming aware of this, we can start to shift society in the direction that we want to see. So this, materialism, all these like desires to have like more and more and more. It's a natural part of this, but evolution occurs because life is always adapting, and it's correcting its errors. It's self-correcting. So this march toward progress isn't a straight line. Life basically progresses because it's faced with constant existential challenges, and these challenges force us to come up with solutions, and that's the engine of progress. So do I think like all this technology with like these like, the metaverse, all this stuff is inevitable? Yeah, you can't really stop that. That's part of the process. But it doesn't mean that we're just supposed to go along with it. We're supposed to go along with all this like consumerism, like what Facebook is like telling us to do and buy. I don't think that we can slow it down and have this kind of, Luddite civilization where we just get rid of all of our technology and try to live in some, natural utopia. That won't work. So we can't like stop the train, but we can try to push it in the right direction. So we might want to go away from certain things. So there is a trajectory that the book argues is inevitable, and that's really what it's trying to articulate, is all the mechanisms that make progress inevitable, because for a long time biologists were against that idea of progress, mostly for like cultural reasons, cultural wars going on inside science. But it's an inevitable process, and we have to try to steer it in the right direction. And if we don't, it could be the end of our civilization. So when I say there's progress that's inevitable, I don't mean our civilization has to succeed, but those who come after us will learn from our mistakes.
So when you say it'll be the end of civilization, like what do you mean by that?
I'm more of an optimist. I don't think there's going to be this end, but I mean, nuclear war could destroy a lot of the population and kind of like put us into like something like a dark age again.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's going to happen. There are all these like checkpoints along the way preventing people from doing that. I mean, World War II happened. It was terrible. Lots of people died. But at the same time, that time period spawned the computer and all kinds of technology that we didn't have. So if you like look at like this kind of trend line of like, you know, social and technological progress, like it didn't really slow down by World War II. There seems to be this exponential trend towards greater complexity.
So what do you think is stopping World War III, though? I don't understand. Like, why do you think that that's not going to happen? What checks are in place?
It could happen, but I mean, to become a president, I mean, well, this is a funny example. I was going to say, like, you can't be totally crazy, but like, I mean, lots of people would argue with that. Yeah, no, of
Trump.
course, yeah, no.
You could be a dead man and be president. Look at Biden.
Yeah. So, I guess the point would be that they know that if they do that, they're going to harm their people. So I mean, he hasn't done it so far, right? What has stopped him from doing it? So that's not to say he won't do it.
You mean Putin?
Yeah. So I mean, we have all of these. He doesn't want to see, he has a family.
He's supposedly dying of cancer.
Yeah, so someone in that kind of position could do something totally crazy.
Yeah.
It could definitely happen. But what would happen was a lot of people would die, and then we would put greater checks in place to make sure that crazy people like Putin don't become president.
Boy, I don't know if you're right about that. I wish you were. But what about Xi Jinping? Like, what about the way that he runs China?
This is after the disasters would already happen.
Yeah, but then China would be running the world the way they run China. Like, that's a real possibility.
It's a possibility for an amount of time, but I don't think it's sustainable because... So one thing I talk about in the book is complexity is kind of a function of a couple of things. For a system to be like optimally complex, it has to have a lot of parts, and those parts have to be connected. So the more parts with the more connections, the more complex something is, but you also want a diversity or variety amongst those parts. So when I'm saying parts, you could be thinking about a civilization, a society, like Chinese society or American society. It's composed of all of these people. These people basically form something like a social organism or something like a brain. And because we're exchanging information in much the same way, cells in a body or neurons in a brain communicate through chemical and electrical signals. So... basically, yeah, Chinese ideology, it has one good aspect. They believe in this concept of the interdependent whole. So people should kind of care about like society as a whole. You should put, the greater good before your individual good. But so that will allow the emergence of something like this social organism, which is a natural part of evolution. But China specifically doesn't allow criticism of the government and new ideas. So there's not a diversity of ideas in that culture. And so the social organism that is that nation can't evolve optimally. It won't be sustainable. You need this diversity of ideas to have the most functional, productive society. That doesn't mean in the short term China can't be like super productive, but when something happens, when shit hits the fan, like we saw with the pandemic, I don't know if you saw those videos of people just like screaming out of their apartment buildings when like they had all these lockdowns.
Yeah.
When their freedoms are taken away and like there's some sort of existential threat looming, then the system gets chaotic. And
but it's just people yelling. I mean, the system's been around for 1,000 years. I mean, China has been functioning in one form or another as a dictatorship for a long, long time.
Well, so with a society, you want this optimal balance of like top down and bottom up control, or centralization and decentralization. We hear about decentralization with the crypto and blockchain movement. So China has this like top down control, and they don't allow people to express opinions and criticism. So they're not having that bottom up influence of ideas that's
Right, so they
necessary
need
for
us
this balance. Yeah.
to steal ideas from,
Yeah. Yeah. Which is another problem.
which is fascinating.
yeah.
I mean, it's a big thing that they do in intellectual property theft.
Yeah, yeah, I know. So, with these sorts of authoritarian governments, you can get a lot done quickly because people at the top are making decisions, and sometimes, those decisions will be good for the people, but in the long run, I would argue that it's not a sustainable model.
And you think this is because of the access of information also seems to exponentially be increasing? I mean, if you go back to the invention of the printing press to what we have going on today, one of the things you see consistently is that the access to information increases. And as the society expands, the access to